Hello, YouTube. We're back. Ace Attorney Chronicles. Hey, it's like I'm actually back, recording, like, right away. Although, this will probably be uploaded Thursday instead of, Wednesday. But, whatever. We're back. We're jumping in as always. No bullshit. 2nd November, 12:33 p.m., Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. We had to stop it during an intermission because, life happens, and I don't want to record for 8 hours and kill myself in game. Oh, there you are, Otto. What kept you, my dear fellow? Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Gina. You sure about what you said in there? That the boss, you know, actually died the day before? It's pretty hard to swallow. Yes. I was shocked by the revelation too, Gina. As was I. Possibly more shocked than both of you. It's not a competition, Mr. Sholmes. But I was more shocked than all of you put together. This is the autopsy report in question, is it? Yes. It's strange that there's no time of death noted. I suppose there's a simple explanation. Or perhaps it was a deliberate omission. Oh dear. If it was deliberate, it puts me in mind of the last case we worked on. And Dr. Scythe. I know. Anyway, it seems that on the day before Lord Van Zykes discovered his body, Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League. So perhaps something happened with them. Come to think of it, you had trouble with those League men too, didn't you, Mr. Sholmes? You were taken in by their trick. No. Naturally, I wasn't taken in, as you put it. My sleuth hound interest was merely piqued slightly by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income. And that scent masked the underlying scent of deception, I suppose. The two criminals in question are the pair we saw being arrested yesterday, aren't they? Mr. Sholmes' suite, I mean. That's right, Suze. And it was me what took him in. Thanks to a tip-off by a good law-abiding citizen. Indeed. Yours truly. So it's going to be that pair in the witness stand next, is it? Something doesn't quite make sense to me, though. The day before Inspector Gregson was found, you hadn't had trouble with the Red-Headed League yet, had you? Why would the inspector have been investigating them? Well, the likely explanation would be that Gregson's own sleuth hound interest was piqued by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income. Don't tar him with the same brush as you, Sholmes. Yes, well, then there's the whole issue of Inspector Gregson being investigated by Lord Van Zykes for some reason. The Reaper, Red-Headed League, Inspector Gregson, Lord Van Zykes, and Kazuma. I feel as though he knew we'd arrive at this point somehow. Gosh, I think you're right. What's he really trying to achieve here today? All the answers will soon be revealed. Observe the time, my dear fellow. This recess will be over very shortly. Yes, you're right. Kazuma was determined that he should be the one to prosecute this trial. And he was determined that I should take the defense. Just what is it that he's hoping to make me see, I wonder? I get the feeling we're a long way from the end of this trial yet. Yeah, it's only the 4th fucking case, too. Let me remind you. Are you ready then, Mr. Sada? Yes! Oh boy, here we go. Yeah, it was like, what, almost 4 hours, and I hit 2 intermissions or whatever. I can't... Oh god. 1 p.m. Old Bailey Courtroom. Let's go. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed court hearing of Barak Van Zykes, here present, who stands accused of murder. Now then, Prosecutor Asogi. My lord. Have you summoned the witnesses as requested? Yes, the 2 members of the Red-Headed League who planned and carried out the deception. They arrived not long ago from the local prison by police carriage. Very good. Bailiff, usher the 2 men into the courtroom. Oh boy. These 2 men are currently being held by the police on suspicion of attempted extortion. You may omit your occupations, but state your names now for the court. I am Fabien de Rousseau, a descendant of the great de Rousseau family from Nice in France. Or is it like Nietzsche? I don't fucking know, dude. French isn't real. Neither is English. And the Maya name is Peppino de Rodosi. I'm the third son of the great Familia de Rossi, the landowners from Napoli. The two men first became acquainted at a boarding school for European nobility. Those who graduate from Temsic are the future leaders of Europe. But, do you have any idea how boring it is to be born with noble blood? Alas, I make it my mission to get the better of the world by employing the little grey cells of my brain. That is all I'm trying to do. So, that's the only reason for this whole grand deception you've been carrying out? Oui, you could say that. Not bad, eh? He has the grand ideas, but the petty plans. This strange combination is the charm of the hilarious brothers. See, capo? Listen to me, Peppino. I have two things to say to you. Che, are you about to tell me one of your grand anecdotes? Evviva! Firstly, I want you to stop calling me this capo. And secondly, we are not the hilarious brothers. This is serious business. Also, sorry if I butcher accents. I'm not good at them. Che there it is. The capo's trumper card. The furrow brow. It is deep, capo? The furrow and the meaning of your words. The court has been led to believe that under the banner of the Red-Headed League, you have conspired to swindle money from the unsuspecting members of the public. Is this true? Oui, says, I don't know. And what exactly was the nature of this deception by which you plan to defraud? Alors, I will explain it. No, capo. Leave it to me. As you see, we both have the vivid red hair, no? At school, we were teased for this without pity. The capo here, he was many times behind the schoolhouse, crying like the Trevi fountain. Where's those dogs? One day the world will respect us redheads. C'est bien, Peppino. Enough. I will explain the rest. The first step was a newspaper advertisement. About 1 week before the play was put into operation, we listed the same notice in every paper in London. Yes, we saw that notice. It was this one, I believe, entitled To the Red-Headed League. Oui. I am honored that you have seen it. It states that the only condition for joining the League is having flame-colored hair, and that if you satisfy the interview panel and are admitted into the League, you can receive a weekly income of £4. On the date specified, red-headed hopefuls gathered in droves at a park specified in the advertisement. And from each person present, this pair took an application fee of 5 shillings. It was the money to France. It was a plan most elegant, no? No, it was most dishonorable. But to be frank, I'm stunned anybody was foolish enough to be taken in by such an obvious trick. The park was described by one witness as choked with red-headed folk, like a coster's orange barrow. And the day on which all these men gathered to apply was the day before the victim was discovered. Crucially, these two men spoke face to face with every single person present that day. Oui, I have seen more red-headed people in one day than will see in the rest of my life. See, and now, every time I see the capo's hair, I feel sick to my stomach. Anyway, why have we been summoned here today? Sorry? The date for that trial was not until tomorrow, I was told. Naturally, neither of these men have been told any details about this trial. They've only been shown this photograph. Very good. So, Mr. De Rousseau and Mr. De Rossi, you will now give your formal testimony for the court on the subject of the gentleman pictured in this photograph. Of course. We are always ready to help with the law. Oh boy. Let's go. The man in the photograph. We had more than 1,000 red-headed people assemble in the park on Lime Street that day. But I don't recall the man in this photograph. Eh, Capo? None. I don't remember him. Obviously, he is dead now, but I assure you, he was not in the park. Allora, this victim has nothing to do with us. You have a lot to answer for, Peppino. It is your fault that we got caught in the first place. Oh, we're pressing every statement here, so. You given sworn testimony that this man in the photograph was not present. Can you be certain? Oui, I am quite certain. We did not interview this man. Nobody looking like this came to the park. This I can promise. It must be noted that you have been arrested for a grand deception, however. Accordingly, this court has little confidence in your assurances. Oofa, with this attitude, we get to nowhere, huh? He's really a sulking now. This confidential document was obtained directly from Scotland Yard. It records an entry from the inspector's private diary dated the day before the incident. It reads, Lime Street, Red-Headed League, undercover. Ah, I have the answer. Maybe there was another similar event in the park on the day in question, eh? That is ridiculous. There's no question that Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League, which means it's quite possible that when he was killed. Very well. The defense may proceed with the cross-examination now. Ah, yes, my lord. Oh boy. It's time to press every statement.
Hold it!
1,000 people? That's a very big crowd. It was quite a spectacle. Redheads had come from all over the capital. See, the capo here. He has the magnetismo animale, aye? Nobody else could attract so many people. If I could be born again, I would be the capo. All those people wanted was the money, Peppino. They're £4 per week. Are you suggesting that you spoke personally with all 1,000 applicants? Oui, that we did. Because every one of them paid us 5 shillings. We take their names and we take their money. And we take their addresses as well. And then I tell them we take us some days to let them know by a post. E finito. Maybe 2 minuti a person. We start early in the morning, and we stop late in the night. So, you're at 5,000 shillings in one day? That's a small fortune. Who would have thought there were 1,000 such gullible redheads in London to start with? One of whom was a great detective with chemically altered hair.
Hold it!
Alright. He doesn't look at all familiar. No, I don't think so. And this is a wig, aye? He was trying to trick us. I do not like the people who are trying to trick the other people. Says the con artist. If between them they interviewed 1,000 people with red hair, it would be unreasonable to expect them to remember every face. No, signore. I may be small, but my memory is very large. I never forget a thing. In my opinion, I do not think this man was in the park. He's not going to give the court a definite, it seems. Hey, Capo, you didn't see a man like this, huh?
Hold it!
But according to what you've said, you spoke with 1,000 or more people that day. Oui, that's true. My eyes were burning by the end of the day. Surely then you can't actually remember every single face. How are you so certain that this particular man wasn't present? Normally, the red hair is very distinctive, eh? But not when you have 1,000 redheads crowding around. Then it's just an eyesore. But if there was some other information you could have given us, maybe then we would recall. That is not the line, Peppino. Remember, we do not remember him. We are sure of that fact, huh? If there was a man with a red hairpiece, but his mustache did not match the color, then I do not think I could have forgotten him. Cosmo said these two had only been shown that photograph and they'd been told nothing else at all. But what if I fed them just one other detail about the victim? For example... Probably his fish and chips, right? If I had to guess. considering he's always carrying them. Realistically, it's probably his name. Whoops, I wanted the history. Wanted to double check. They don't remember him. If there was a man with the hairpiece and mustache that match the color, don't think it would have forgotten him. They've been told nothing else at all. I'm assuming his fish and chips? Because, like, visually, that's the only thing you would know. Either that or his name. Because they said they'd take the name of everyone, right? So it's either name or fish and chips. I'm gonna go with name, though. That seems the most realistic answer. I can certainly appreciate that just knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help you remember in this situation. But what if I told you that man's name was Gregson? The man in the photograph is a Monsieur Gregson. Yes. Names, they are boring. I did not listen to any of them. Oh. It was not a real interview, eh? It was just for our show. Why would I remember the names? That's right. This changes nothing. The man in the photograph was not there, as we've already said. I see. It seems there's little to be gained from pursuing this point further. Tell them again what you said before, Peppino. Si, capo, si. I say it again and again. Okay, so I'm pretty sure it is the fish and chips. Because, you know, they're running a racket, right? So they're just there to get money. So anything visually impressive. So I was right about the fish and chips. I thought that was right, but it felt stupid. I can certainly appreciate... Okay, yeah. What if I told you that the man was always munching on a packet of fish and chips? Do you remember a man who was eating incessantly? Not really. I was only looking at the heads of the applicants. I wouldn't have noticed the fish and chips any more than the caviar and smoked salmon. Oh. Or spaghetti. Me, I love the spaghetti. Really? I had no idea. Okay, so... Huh. Profession? Hold it! I don't see why profession would be necessary. I feel like I'm supposed to press and gain something here, but I don't... Huh. What if I told you the man in the red hairpiece was actually a detective? The man is a photograph, a detective. Yes. It would appear he found your notice in the paper suspicious and decided to investigate incognito. Sorry, but this changes nothing. Oh. Excuse me. Thought I was wrong again. Something to add, Mr. DeRossi. Che? Si. I am always adding something. Parmesan, olive oil, pepper. What I mean is, did you not agree with your friend's last remark by any chance? Eh? What did he just say about the detective? Yes, that. Keep your mouth shut, Peppino. You have said enough already. But why, Capo? What is the problem? There was a man who said, I'm an inspector from Scotland Yard. What? Good lord! Order! 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 Explain this, Voltaface, and your testimony witness. Never seen that word before. It's simple. There was no such man. Madai? What are you saying, Capo? Have you forgotten, I forgotten nothing. Nobody like this came to the park. Basta, Capo, basta. You beat me at the many things, but not two. The memory and the meals. Like I said, when it is the time to eat other pasta, no one is a faster. But you are inferior to me in every other way, so shut up. Objection! Oh, hell yeah. Drop Todd, the damage is done. Indeed it is, sir. There was a man who came to the park and said he was an inspector from Scotland Yard. However, he looked nothing like the man in the photograph. He was someone else. How could you be so sure? Because, to start with, his face was completely different. See, it's true, it's true. The man who came was a younger. His face was clean-shaven. His eyes were sadder. His chin was thinner. No resemblance whatsoever, then. Anyway, I was not going to be fooled. I took the obvious precaution and said to him, if you are really a detective, show us the proof. See, the capo here. He doesn't take on no nonsense, eh? But he was well prepared. He said he had identification. Identification? You mean official police inspector's identification? That is most unconvincing. Sorry, my lord? Counsel, no incognito inspector would offer his identification for inspection. It's quite out of the question. Definitely. Why would he expose his true identity? Clearly, the papers were fake. Certo, capo. You are a genius. As we say in Italia, it takes a thief to recognize another, eh? And what happened after he announced that he was a detective? He became very annoying. He said he wanted under investigation. So I took his papers from him and chased him out of the park. It was fantastico. And look, here is the identification. So you stole it from the man. He added the comic. He made us very scared. But he was not who he said he was. Indeed, the person described does not appear to have behaved as a true inspector would. However, I believe it would be prudent for these identification papers to be entered into evidence. But I like them. Now, let us return to the witness's testimony. Interesting. Oh, so we gotta open it? Well, I suppose we should see what this inspector's identification looks like inside. I mean, it looks real enough, but what do I know, right? Yes, it definitely looks fake, doesn't it? Out of interest, what name is given? Probably just something plucked out of the air. It's Tobias Gregson. Wait, what? The Scotland Yard insignia. Looks genuine to me. But how? If the department identification number details are all correct as well. Since when have you known those? Yeah, that's a good question. Do you mean to say? I know it seems incredible, but yes. I think this is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. But that's unbelievable. This is the real thing after all? Oh. So the question becomes, do I press on this statement or do I press on this one? I would assume it's this statement, but I'm gonna save just in case. Because like, oh, if he wasn't in the park, how do you have his book? Right?
Objection.
Okay, cool. I wonder if I could ask you to examine this identification book very closely. Miss Lestrade? Why Miss Lestrade? What is your intention here, counsel? Is this really a fake, or is it genuine? That's the question. Which we can't answer ourselves.
Objection.
Don't be ridiculous. No Scotland Yard detective would allow his or her identification to be stolen. That is the boss's. No question about it. It can't be. As I suspected, the undercover detective who attended the Red-Headed League's enrollment, with one L, weird, on the day in question, was the real Inspector Gregson carrying out an incognito investigation. Zuhalos. Order! Order! But if the boss had his identification stolen, he would have reported it straight away. I mean, he was always on at me about it. If you lose summit, report it at once, he'd say. Could it be then that the inspector was physically unable to report it? Physically, What are you saying? Unable to? You're not suggesting. Yes, it's quite possible that he was killed before he had the chance to report his identification stolen. No. Order! 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 The defense posits that the victim was killed the day before his body was discovered at a different location. Do you two have anything to say about that? I know another thing. Wait, I done another thing. Pull yourself together, Peppino. Mon Dio, can you behave a little more like a master criminal than that, no? No, I wish I had a return to Italia. So, stop crying, Peppino, please. Otherwise oh, what a bitch. Lovey, stop your whining and start talking. Well, I know another thing. I done another thing. But you will tell everything, or face the worst possible outcome. You will dry your eyes and testify again. About these identification papers and the precise circumstances under which you came by them. For crying out loud. You get it? Do you get it? The detective and the identification. The truth is, we took him prisoner and kept him for the night at our secret hideout. What the fuck? You just kidnapped the fucking inspector? Hello? Even though I didn't think he was a real detective, I was too scared to let him go that day, just in case. We took the man's identification from him and shut him in the room next to ours. There might have been a little tussle, but we did him no harm. And the next morning, we let him go. We spent the night in a nice room. It was nothing like prison, really. This is outrageous! You imprisoned the man! But no, no. It was not like a prison. He was very comfortable and calm and happy. Aye, Capo? It was never part of my plan. I swear it. Ugh. So you think it was all my fault, aye? Just because I got the date of the ferry wrong. By one little a day. I do not think it was your fault, Peppino. I know it. No. Per favor, Capo. It is not fair. You shall have plenty of time for squabbling back at the prison, gentlemen. Oh, I do not believe this. How could he have been a real detective? Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination. So on the day before the incident, Gregson spent the night confined in this pair's hideout.
Hold it!
Alright, well, let's start pressing every statement again. Do you realize what you're saying? You have to believe me, I never intended for that to happen. And I'm sure the detective did not intend it either. Do you think? But there was nothing else I could do. See, nothing else. This was the first crime for the Capo. He was at the end of his wits. I have told you before, Peppino, so that is not the way to describe a criminal mastermind. What about this hideout of yours? An old empty house behind the park on Lime Street. We rented the place for 2 days. It was an inspired idea by the Capo here. An impulsive idea, I would say. No, not impulsive. Inspired. Aye, Capo? What am I supposed to say to that, Peppino? And it was in the house described that you confined Inspector Gregson, was it? But you have to remember, I was under the impression that he was a pretender, not a real inspector. That doesn't quite add up, though. If you didn't think the man was a real inspector, there would have been no reason to take him prisoner, would there? No, you are right, but we couldn't be completely certain.
Hold it!
Alright, press again. Too scared? Why? Because, why had he come to the park? We didn't know. There was a chance that he had seen through my plan. And if that was the case, he would go straight to the police station to blow the whistle on us. Even if he was just feigning to be an inspector, he was up to no good, huh? Without a doubt. think that most people would agree that it's you two who are up to no good. Well, see, you may be right. Aye, Capo? The point is, we were not able to escape from England immediately. That is why we had no choice but to take the man prisoner. What I don't understand is why the inspector felt the need to show you his identification in the first place. See, I ask myself the same question. We were writing down the names and addresses of all the people who we took 5 shillings from that day. I have forgotten what name he had said, but the address, it startled me. CC, address, Scotland Yard, Homicide Division, he said. What? He probably didn't like your face, Peppino. Anyway, I was not rude. I just politely asked him why he had said it. And that's when he started to say he was an inspector. Not long afterwards, he took out his identification. What was Inspector Gregson playing at? Tell the court what happened next. You took him back to your hideout, you say. See, we did that.
Hold it!
Alright. That being his identification book here, correct? See, that is the one. What made you believe that it was a forgery? I never seen a real one, of course. But he was so suspicious, this man. Allora, I was thinking, it must be falso. Aye, Capo. It is just as Peppino has said. We were convinced it was not genuine. And so together, the hilarious brothers, we took the man captive. All we did was shove him inside a locked room. Then we made preparations to transport all the money. And for a penny and for a pound.
Hold it!
What do you mean by a little tussle exactly? Bah, it was nothing. Just a minor incident. The falso inspector. He was a real piece of the work. Aye, Capo? Excuse me. What happened? Oh, it was a disaster. We give him a nice room, and what does he do, huh? In the middle of the night, he tries to escape through the ventilatore. Can you blame him? We chased him, bien sûr, and we caught him again. Can you blame us? Wait, you didn't shoot the man in your haste, did you? So, who do you think we are? Of course not! I simply caught hold of him again and took him back to the room.
Excuse me.
Uh-oh. Mr. De Rossi, is something wrong? Aye? Me? Something Mr. De Rousseau just said seemed to make you, well, seemed to make you act even more strangely than usual. What was that all about? Cavolo, at times like that, you don't want to have the capo after you, believe me. And I speak from a personal esperienza. Personal experience? That isn't enough, Peppino. There's no need to say more. The truth is, the night before we put the Red-Headed League plan into action, I was scared. It was not fair to the capo, but I tried to run away. It's a shame you didn't manage it. But the capo here, he came after me like a turbine, huh? And he dragged me back to the house, kicking and screaming. I still have other bruises to prove it. Aye, capo? Bruises, you say? Ah, you want to see, huh? You want to see my fantastical bruises? That's enough now, Peppino. No one wants to look at any part of you. What to do, huh? I assure you, or I don't. I assure you, or I don't. You do, now! Allora, if everybody wants to see it, then I'll do it. Oh, did he get fucking strangled? Also, I think it was Gossip also had the same thing, if I remember correctly. Ecco, you see? It's still very visible, aye? That red ring around your neck? You got that when you were dragged back to the house? See, the capo, so I said that's enough. Peppino's neck has nothing to do with what we are talking about here. You have my word. Yes. What is your opinion, counsel? About the red ring around Mr. Dorosi's neck. I wonder, does it matter? It's important. Mr. Dorosi, I'm going to have to ask you to amend your testimony with details about that mark on your neck. Aye, Capo. You see? Everyone is interested in what I say, huh? Ugh. Very well. You will amend your testimony as requested, Mr. Dorosi. Si, if you really wanted to know. He tried to escape, but the Capo put the Kajare on him and dragged him back. Like we did that to me, see? Do I have anything on that, though? I don't think I do. I mean, you can't really see it on his neck there. Oh, wait. I don't know if that's, like, shadow or not. But, I mean, I guess you would see it around the neck more. Oh, is it gonna be like he was strangled to death and then shot after the fact to make it look like it? I don't fucking know. I mean, to be fair. Autopsy, huh? Instant death, scorch marks. That is fair, I guess. Yeah, I don't think I have anything on that specifically. So I'm just gonna press for now. Are you saying that red mark was caused by? Si, a big gojore made from the leather. A leather collar? Is this true, Mr. de Rousseau? What? We had a Saint Bernard at home when I was younger. It is a souvenir from that time. It was a very strong chain. A strong chain? Did you put that around your friend's neck? I'm sorry. I was so angry that he was leaving me alone. You did not have to tie the chain to the leg of the bed, better though, huh? I would not have tried to run again. You didn't do that to Inspector Gregson as well, did you? Treat the people equal, is the Capo's motto, eh? Starting to sound a lot more like a prison all of a sudden. The Capo is off, but the Capo is out off. I shouldn't have done it. So, the following morning when you released the inspector, he had the red ring around his neck, just like me. Peppino, s'il vous plaît. Leave it now. I never actually had to pronounce that, s'il vous plaît. I don't know how it's actually pronounced. Once again, I'm not French. Now you know, the Capo here. You don't wanna tangle with him, eh? But for the inspector, it's not so bad. Spent the night in a nice room. Nothing like a prison, really. You took away the man's freedom. However comfortable you make it sound, you were still holding him prisoner. If you say that, then I say this. There's something that takes away our freedom too. The lack of our money. So we are the prisoners as well, huh? All of us. Huh? No money, no freedom. This is the truth. It makes me mad. And that makes me sad. What can we do? Well... If you feel so disenfranchised, take money to court. Though it'll cost you, of course. Oh, well, there you have it. You see? This is why we need the Red-Headed League, to fight for the justice. Perhaps he has a point. No, Mr. Naruto. All we did was to give the man a comfortable place to sleep for the night. And you say it was a prison, huh? Huh? Perhaps he had a point again. No again, Mr. Naruto. You should have heard him snoring. But if anyone was disturbed, it was us. Not much to go on, really. That's what he does make me wonder, you know. Pocket watch belonging to the inspector. Oh. What about it? If he was confined but not restrained, as the witnesses are implying, he would have still been able to wind his watch. Oh. So did Inspector Gregson actually die while he was being held captive by these redheads? In which case, is it possible that these two young men are responsible for Inspector Gregson's death? Interesting. That's fair. Try to escape, put him in the collar. There's nothing like a prison. So, once again, I'm going to save because I want to be careful. Because you never know what might happen.
Objection!
It is not that statement. So it's not that one. He tried to escape, but put him, drag him back. There's nothing like a prison. That's a good question. I don't know. Well, if it's the watch, right? Him having to wind it. I don't see why it would be here. Is it this statement?
Objection!
No, okay. I pressed every statement.
Hold it!
I don't think I should press this again. Uh-huh. Did all this.
Hold it!
Is it here, maybe? Uh-huh. I don't think I have anything regarding the collar, realistically speaking. Hold on, let me read this last part again. About the pocket watch belonging to him. Treasures so much. He was confined but not restrained, as the witnesses here were implying. Still be able to wind his watch. So did Inspector Gregson actually die while he was being held captive by these redheads? In which case, is it possible that these two young men are responsible for it? Trying to find out exactly what happened.
Hold it!
I guess the question becomes... Shut him in the room next to ours.
Objection!
Okay, I've, like, tried the pocket watch on everything. Because I thought it would be that, because that's what we brought up, right? Shut him in the room next to ours. I doubt it's any of these things. There's nothing else on here, right? Yeah. And it's the official warrant. We took it from him, shut him in the room next to ours. He tried to escape, well, we put the collar on him and dragged him back. Would that be like the autopsy report then? Because it doesn't mention it?
Objection!
No. Okay. I feel like that would mention it, especially only like a day later. Like, they're here in court days, multiple days later. I feel like that would have been noted on the autopsy report, right? I pressed every statement, too. I'm not entirely sure on what it would be. Should it be the card? Because they obviously had it. It's clearly not the watch, because I pressed on, like, all three... I pressed on the last 3 statements with it. It can't be this one.
Objection.
Okay, thank God. Okay, so, they're just lying to me about the watch, and like, oh, hey, if he was really captured, just use the fucking watch. Stupid. So, it's essentially we're trying to find out a way of whether or not he was dead there or not, right? Autopsy, that... Oh, is it the photograph? And because I just mentioned it, too. I'm stupid. Listen, I'm dumb.
Objection.
Okay, yeah, I'm dumb. Don't look at me. I mentioned it in everything. I'm like, oh, hey, in the picture, he doesn't have it. But maybe it just, like, went away. God, I'm dumb. Look, listen. Why are you watching me? Don't fucking watch me. So the day before his body was discovered, Inspector Gregson was taken prisoner while working incognito. No, it was not like that. It was hardly a prison. It was an invitation to stay. It was only. However you describe it, there's one glaring inconsistency that remains. What inconsistency is this, counsel? I would ask the court to look closely at this photograph of the victim, Inspector Gregson. You will see that there is no red ring visible around his neck. But that makes no sense. It was me who took the kajare off the man in the morning. Is it kajare or just colore? Usually double L's is like je, but that's Spanish. I don't know how different it is from like Italy, or Italian rather. And I saw the red bruises on his neck, just like I have. Given that the mark is still clearly visible on this witness's neck, we'd expect to see bruising on the victim, who was put in the collar more recently than Mr. De Rossi. Indeed. That is most peculiar. But what we tell you, huh? Huh? We say this, from the beginning, many times. Oui, Peppino is right. The man is the photograph. He is somewhat different to the men we held captives that night. Order! 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 Oh, it's Gossip who was held captive because he has the ring on his neck. Oh. Fuck. Wait a minute. What? It would appear then that on the day before the incident, the man who visited the park on Lime Street posing as an incognito inspector was not Inspector Gregson at all.
Objection.
If that's true, however, how do you explain the inspector's identification? This is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. It's inconceivable that someone could have stolen such an important item from the inspector. The prosecution made that assertion itself. And we also know that the inspector has made a note about the Red-Headed League in his diary for that day, which surely means we can't divorce the two events completely. The inconsistency noticed by the defense is most troubling. If it were the real Inspector Gregson whom these two red-headed gentlemen encountered, the fact that no bruising can be seen around his neck defies explanation. But equally, they actually encountered an imposter. How did that person come to be in possession of the real Inspector's identification? Does the defense have some plausible explanation, counsel? The whole thing defies explanation. It is for precisely these occasions that we keep meticulous notes in the court record, Mr. Naruhodo. Because those are the facts, and the facts cannot lie. No, the facts can't lie. Even when they point to something so incredible, it's almost unbelievable. Well, my lord, the true identity of the person who turned up in the park for the Red-Headed League's enrollment is revealed by information in the court record, I believe. Good gracious! Very tantalizing, Mr. Naruhodo. So why don't you help us all see to whatever truth it is that you've apparently seen? Who exactly was this inspector that appeared before Mr. Devereux and Mr. De Rossi? It was an imposter. Something, something among us, sus. Make the insert joke here about it. An imposter. Though it seems incredible, I admit, the undeniable facts point to only one thing. Since no bruising can be seen on the victim's neck, the person who these two red-headed men took prisoner that day cannot have been Inspector Gregson. In other words, your whole argument up to now has been a waste of time.
Objection!
On the contrary, I haven't finished. What? There's no bruising on the victim's neck, so the question immediately posed next is, who exactly was this man in the park on Lime Street found to be carrying Inspector Gregson's identification? See, that's alright. We tell the same story every time. Whoever this man was, the capo dragged him from a pillar to a post with a dog cagione. Mon Dieu, Peppino. I was not so harsh as you say, huh? So who was that falso inspector, eh? Who was he? Clearly, the defense has an idea about that. About the true identity of the man who these two imprisoned that night. I must ask the counsel for the defense to elaborate post-haste. Who did the witnesses encounter in the park posing as Inspector Gregson? Oh, we don't know Venus's age. Anyways. You, because you have the... You can even see it right there, the portrait.
Take that!
It's gossip. Goodness me. Isn't that... One of the witnesses who was in the stand in this very courtroom earlier today. A nameless man, whose only occupation appears to be peddling hearsay to passerbys.
Objection!
What on earth would a street seller be doing with a police inspector's identification papers? Witnesses, is this the man or not? What has happened to his lip? Ah. See, this a man is not for the red-headed league, eh? He's looking for the twisted lip league, no? Perhaps rather than making such a rash claim next time, you should bite your lip instead. It seems improbable, yes, but one undeniable fact remains. During his testimony earlier, I noticed something around the man's neck. A red ring of bruising. Eh? What? The defense demands that Mr. Gossip be brought back to the stand. Order! Order! Bailiff! Bring the aforementioned witness back into the courtroom. Immediately! It's there, alright. Well, I never. An undeniable ring of bruising indeed. And identical to that of the witness beside him. What's going on here, eh? I've always had this me. It's a birthmark, isn't it? A birthmark, you say? I assume the reason you've been recalled to the stand has been explained to you. Aye, so about an inspector again. But I'm telling you, you've got it all wrong as usual. You're denying all knowledge of it. Well, of course I am. Are you trying to kill me with all this nonsense, eh? Well, at least you'll have more stories to peddle back on Fresno Street, won't you? Now, we're going to need you to testify again. And you, Mr. DeRousseau and Mr. DeRossi, I'm sure you'll cooperate, won't you? Do we have any choice? We are in a bigger trouble, eh, Capo? That's quite enough dilatory chatter. Proceed with the testimony. Inspector and the identification revisited. The man who claimed to be an inspector that day was definitely not this man. It's right, see? You think we would forget these grand lips, huh? I never leave Fresno Street, alright? I'm no interest in any red-headed league. I'm all alone in the world, me. I've no kinfolk or nothing. Why would I be involved in something like that? Just look at me, eh? Does it look like I could carry off a disguise with a face like this? It would certainly appear that we have the wrong man. What have I been telling you, huh? There was no need for this pointless testimony. Ugh. That's right. I'm just a simple peddler. Remember, first in the street's all I know. How would how would I have come by a police inspector's identification book, eh? Can't fucking read, dude. Well, yes, that's hard to explain, but... A brief cross-examination, I think, counsel. Very brief. Ugh. Isn't there anyone in this courtroom who thinks I might be onto something? I stand steadfastly at your side as always, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, until you fucking throw me. But then you're not on my side. Expected that day. I just want to see. Never leave Fresno Street. All alone. Okay. Oh, that's right. This was at Line Park, not Fresno Street. That's right, that's right, that's right. Let's just try to see if there's an instant contradiction there. Which I do not believe there was. Which is fine. Just want to make sure. Pressing every statement. So you say, but how can you be quite so certain? There's no need to urge your hands on this deck, monsieur. Surely the reason is obvious, non? Because I've never before seen lips like this. Nevertheless, there's a clear red mark around Mr. Gossip's neck. And it looks very much like that left behind on the neck by your colleague, by your prized collar. Mon Dieu, with your words, it is like you try to wring my neck. It does look very much like my neck, though, I? No, this is a birthmark, lad. The biggest lips in London, and a neck to die for. Aye, they broke the mold when they made me. It was the first time in my life. I feel lucky to have been born with red hair. And I thought being Japanese made you stand out in London. So you maintain that you've never seen this man before. Oui, I swear to it, but it's the flames of my hair. So fierce pride has outgrown for the frustration with your hair now, has it?
Hold it!
Alright, keep pressing. Well, yes, I don't imagine I'll forget those lips in a hurry, either. That is what I am saying. For some reason, it makes me want to eat, how did Fabian call it? An eclair. You know, I've never seen the hair as black as yours before, either. Likewise, I've never seen red hair like yours until I came to Britain. See, maybe this is nationality trait, huh? Maybe all the people from this man's country have the grand lips. No, lad. I was born right here on Fresno Street, and I've never left. Oh, that is the problem. That is the problem, see? So you definitely didn't go to the park on Lime Street that day, Mr. Gossip. Now, how many times do you want me to say it, eh? I never leave Fresno Street. Oh, wait. Actually, just to make sure as well. Okay, yeah. Scene of the crime on Fresno Street. Just want to make sure. You never know.
Hold it!
So, you'd heard of the Red-Headed League, had you? You don't get a name like Gossip for nothing, eh? It's my business to know what's going on in town. I sold that tasty tidbit to a fair few redheads that came past me. Just between us, I even got Sandwich to cough up for it. Well, he does have a very red nose, if that counts. Who knows? But as you can see, my own hair's not got a hint of red in it. And in any case, Fresno Street's my patch. You won't catch me sidling off to some other part of town. No, sir, not likely.
Excuse me!
Oh, yeah. We'll see about that. Mr. Deverseau. Ugh. Oui. Can I help you? Did Mr. Gossip's words just now lead you to remember something relevant, perhaps? It was the other day, when I was looking for a place near the park. A small house or something. To be the headquarters of your red-headed league, yes. I visited an housing agent on Lime Street, and there I saw him. This man was paying money to the agent. What? Mr. Gossip? With a housing agent? Oui. He had some kind of contract in his hand, and they were clearly discussing terms. But no, you're mistaken, chum. I've never left Fresno Street, me, like I said before. You mistaken me for someone else, someone with the same face. No, the capo is right. I remember it too. He was paying the man with banknotes. With notes? Like I said, that wasn't me. I was curious why this man with the dirty clothes had so much money. So I looked at the name on the papers. And what name was written, Mr. Gossip? No, this a man. He lies. He tells you that he has no name. Is it Hugh Boone? Oh, fuck. But in fact, his name is Hugh Boone, huh? It's better than Mr. Gossip, I think. See? I'm a peddler of tidbits of information, like I said, on Fresno Street, and that's that. I don't much like folk talking about my personal life. Indeed. It is not the intention of the court to invade the privacy of witnesses. Very well. I shall respect your wishes, sir. The aforementioned name shall be redacted from all court records of this trial, assuming no objections. I'm sorry, my lord, but the defense does object. Because the name just mentioned has a very deep significance to this case. Good gracious! Do you similarly object, Prosecutor Asogi? As it happens, my lord, that particular name has already been mentioned during today's proceedings. Well, I never! In what capacity? Hugh Boone. The name of the leaseholder of the room. Let me put this very simply. The victim's body was discovered in your rented room. I suggest, sir, that you start talking. Well, alright. I suppose that might be the case, Did you fucking kill Gregson? Am I gonna strangle you and add another fucking ring? So your real name is Hugh Boone? Well, just between us, I don't like to blow me own trumpet, but there's no finer peddler of tidbits in town. So I happen to be able to afford a grubby little room in a falling down backstreet townhouse. You do? And once every 6 months, I go and pay the rent to the agent on Lime Street. I remember now. There were 2 vulgar redheads in there last time. If either of us is a vulgar, it's not a me. Sink again, Peppino. Why didn't you bring this up before? It's like I told you already. I don't like talking about my personal life. I'm a tidbit peddler as far as everyone else is concerned. No fuss. You will update your testimony to include this most surprising revelation, Mr. Boone. If I must. So the leaseholder of Scotland Yard has been looking for since the body was discovered. Has been under our noses all along. I read the room where that fellow was found. It's true for what difference it makes.
Hold it!
So, you live in that room presumably, do you? No, I don't live there. What do you think? There's no bed, is there? Just a desk. Then, why would you want to rent it? Well, I don't think I should have to say, really. Voice crack. Really? Fuck me. Then how about the notice board in there? Which was covered from top to bottom in confidential documents only the police should have access to. No, that board's not mine. The inspector must have brought it along. It's only the other bits and bobs that belong to me. The desk and the chair and that. People don't generally carry enormous notice boards around with them. The real question is, why was Inspector Gregson killed there in your room? Well, obviously, I'm not the faintest idea. I mean, it's causing me no end of bother, to be honest. Seems to me that Mr. Gossip... Sorry, Mr. Boo. Yeah? Another fucking typo? Had one last video, now with this one? God. Fucking probably worse than Danganronpa. Not really, Danganronpa's like worse. So much worse than typos. It seems to me is what it should say. Would rather as little as known about his room as possible for some reason. Yes, it does come across that way. And more importantly, Knowing that the scene of the crime is actually his room completely changes things. In particular, there's one part of his testimony that's really bothering me now. That's how I'm finally going to undo this man. Why would I be involved in something like that? Oh, is it the wig then? I would assume it's the wig, because if it's his room, how did that wig get there, right? That's my guess, at least. My guess is the wig. But just in case, I'm gonna press every statement, like I said I would.
Hold it!
Just in case. You mean you have no family? No, not at all. So I spend my days on Fresno Street peddling tidbits to passerby. Hoping, just between us, this is, that eventually, someone else with lips like mine will come along. I don't think so. You may be right. Anyway, that mark on your neck is just too much of a coincidence for us to ignore. Well, what's a fella to do then, eh? If you don't believe me, we're at an impasse. And there's nothing I can do but flick me lip. Looks like I'm not going to get anywhere here unless I can produce some proof. You're basically saying I got dressed up and posed as some fancy inspector, aren't you? Well, it's beyond me how you think I could do that. Just look at me, just pull off a disguise with a face like this. I'm pretty sure it's this statement here. Because now that we know the room belongs to him, us fighting the wig makes sense. Maybe you could, say, with a mustache, or a beard to cover up that lip. Aye, perhaps. But if I was going to stick some fake facial hair on to cover up this fine specimen, I'd end up looking like his lordship over there, wouldn't I? Pardon? I assure you my lips are entirely unremarkable. And I would ask you not to cast such scrutinizing looks in my direction, counsel. Sorry, my lord. My imagination got the better of me there. Well, Inspector Gregson did wear a mustache, of course. You're right, he did. So, perhaps he was hiding something himself. He could barely have hidden a chroma in a mustache of that size. And anyways, the detective we spoke with had no facial hair at all. See, the capo is alright. He was a clean-shaven. It certainly seems beyond the realms of possibility that this witness could have disguised himself as the victim. Aye, it does and it is. That's the extent of their testimony, is it? What's your feeling, Mr. Naruto, though? Oh, what he says is undeniable. Possible to hide those lips without any form of disguise. But the mark around his neck is undeniable. It's identical to the one that Mr. DeRossi suffered. Oh, this guy idea. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's the wig, because obviously he came up in disguise, said he was an inspector, and then got carried off, right? So he had to be wearing the wig for that to work. So my guess is the wig.
Objection!
But it's not on that statement, apparently. But what difference it makes.
Objection!
Still not the headpiece, huh? Interesting. I thought it would be. I thought it would be the wig. I doubt it's a photograph of the victim again. Oh, the handprint.
Objection!
Oh, nope. Huh. Man, I'm dumb. I don't know what happened. Man, those 2 months of not playing really fucked me up. Because I'm stupid as shit. Huh. Yeah, it's none of this early stuff. I thought it would be the wig. There's nothing on here, right? Yeah, no, it's just that. Yeah, the disguise bit is what's throwing me off, supposedly.
Objection.
Okay, it's not the photograph. That's what I figured. And I pressed every statement, so I'm trying to figure out where it is.
Hold it.
Live in that room. No. Okay. Notice board. Board's not mine. Inspector brought it along. Huh? Why was he killed there in your room? Let's come across that way. Would rather little is known about his room as possible. Knowing that the scene of the crime is actually his room completely changes things, and there's one part in particular. Okay, it's not the first two, because we're trying to contradict Boone here. Something about the room, huh? Is it the floor plan itself? To me, that doesn't make sense. But it might. Yeah, there's that. I never examined this, but might as well. Oh, it's the same red-headed league advertisement that Sholmes would pick out. The red-headed hairpiece at the scene. Oh, okay. That doesn't do anything, really. Yeah, I already checked this. I'm so dumb right now. Hit my mic. Cool. I'm so cool. Is it the floor plan? I doubt it. But it might be the floor plan.
Objection.
It's not the floor plan. At least not on that statement. Man, I'm getting really stumped on these later cases, huh? And I feel like it's by simple stuff. Because apparently we're caught up on one part of his testimony, and it's the disguise portion, right? It would be all but impossible. There's a mark on his neck. It's identical. Why does this whole disguise idea just keep playing on my mind? Does it look like he'd be able to carry off a disguise with a face like this? I don't fucking know, dude.
Objection.
Okay, is that the identification? I was like trying to go with the line of logic of like, oh, they found it, and they believed whoever it was to be like a false like a false inspector or some shit. I'm so lost. I thought it would be the hairpiece. Hugh Boone, huh? Is there a way to, like, view the court record without having to... I just forget if there is. No, let's just start. Yeah, there's, like, no way to view the court record without presenting. Like, in terms of profiles, but I can't present profiles, so I guess this doesn't matter. Huh. Hmm. Nothing there. Hmm. Is it?
Objection.
Okay, my line of thinking there was, if he was dead beforehand and in his room, he could just take off all of his clothes and then actually pose as improper. Or, like, his coat or whatever else, right? I rented the room. I rent the room where that fellow was found. It's true for what difference it makes. All alone in the world. Got no kinfolk. Why would I be involved in something like that? Not go somewhere without producing proof. Basically saying I got dressed up and posed as some fancy inspector. It's beyond me how you think I could have done that. I don't fucking know, dude. It has to be this last one, but I don't know on what count, like what piece of evidence. Hmm. To pose, I thought it was the hairpiece.
Objection.
Yeah, it's not. I had to try it again because I'm losing my mind here. Does it look like I could carry off a disguise with a face like this? The mustache, blah blah blah. Yeah. Hmm. Why does this whole disguise idea just keep playing on my mind? You think we would have forget these grand lips, huh? I'm pretty sure we're supposed to press on contradict him, right? And not the brothers? Or the hilarious brothers? Forget these grand lips, huh? Forget the lips. Uh-huh. Hmm.
Hold it.
I'm so lost on where I'm supposed to contradict. I can be so quite certain. Man, it's probably super obvious, and I'm just really dumb. God.
Objection.
I swear it has to be the hairpiece on one of these fucking statements, right? Also, I'm just gonna load up. Because, I'm lost. Honestly. Do I have any other piece of evidence that would make sense?
Objection.
Still not the hairpiece. Cool. I think I presented the hairpiece on every single every statement. Ugh. Forget these lips. I rent the room where that fellow was found. It's true for what difference it makes. Well, yeah, you said you were the first one to find him and you screamed at everything for the Reaper and all that jazz. Huh. It's not the floor plan. It can't be the notice board. That doesn't make sense.
Objection!
Yeah, it's not the notice board. Okay. Huh. Does it look like I could carry off a disguise with a face like this?
Objection!
Okay, it's not the article. I'm so lost. I'm gonna start pressing, like, with every single... Or, like, presenting with every single piece of evidence. I think I'm getting to that point. The only other thing I can think of, because we're trying to play off the disguise bit to prove that it was him. So, like, what could I possibly use to prove that it was him?
Objection!
And see, that's the thing. It's not that, obviously. I know that. Oh, my God. I rent the room where the fellow was found. It's true for what difference it makes. I already presented the notice board on this.
Objection!
I have no fucking clue. Alright. We're brute forcing it. Sorry, I'm dumb. I have nothing else to say to that other than I am dumb. So we're gonna press every single time on this one right here with whatever I think is relevant. I'm pretty sure I did the identification. So, I don't fucking know, dude. It can't be any of this early evidence, and I've tried the hairpiece on, like, literally everything. It can't really be this, can it? Yeah, that doesn't prove anything. Now it does this. Nothing there either. I don't fucking know, dude. I'm just checking everything before I do anything. Oh my god. I rent the room where the fellow was found. It's true for what difference it makes. Sure, fuck it. This statement. We're gonna go with everything. Like I said, we're brute forcing it at this point, because it's not coming to me. I feel like every now and then, the Phoenix Wright series does, like... Or rather, the Ace Attorney series, right?
Objection!
Okay, it's not the firecracker. Because, you know, he would know about the candle, place it there, all that jazz. I feel like the Ace Attorney series always has, like, the very few, statements where it's like, it's, to me at least, because, once again, maybe I'm just an idiot, where it's just incredible leaps in logic.
Objection!
Where, by presenting the piece of evidence, you're like, how does this make sense in any capacity? And when they explain it, it makes sense. But without that explanation beforehand, it's just like, how in the world are you supposed to get to that answer? To me, at least, right?
Objection.
It's just like, in what universe do you get to that answer normally? And like I said, maybe it's just me. Whoops. Whoops, I keep pressing buttons, and I need to press the right button. Specifically the right bumper, but, you know. Exit of entry, caliber of gun.
Objection!
Okay, cool, whatever. I know it's about the disguise. I know it is. I don't know why I forgot where the save... where the loaded save was. I doubt it's this statement either. I'm pretty sure it's the last one. It's not the notice board. It can't be the photograph.
Objection!
Once again, I'm trying everything. I'm brute forcing it, right? But still. Yeah, I rent the room. Blah blah blah. It's not the firecracker. I think I tried the floor.
Objection!
Try the floor plan again, just in case. Also, I like how... I don't know if I mentioned it before. I do like that there's, like, multiple conversation routes for failing, presenting. Instead of, like, the same thing over and over again.
Objection!
Which is nice, but, you know. Oh, man.
Objection!
Yeah, maybe it's the fucking photograph. I don't know, dude. Oops, not what I wanted. Oh yeah, this is like Vigil, right? Nothing to do with this. Just want to make sure, because I don't fucking know, dude. Maybe it's here? Christ almighty, I don't know, dude. I'm pretty sure I've tried every piece of statement on this. Or a piece of evidence on this statement. That's, like, relevant. So let's move on to the next one. No kinfolk. Why would I be involved? Does it look like I could carry off a disguise with a face like this? I don't fucking know, dude.
Objection!
Cool. Man, I hate this. I hate having to brute force it, but it's just like, that's what happens when you're not smart enough to figure it out, I guess. And once again, I thought it was the hairpiece. It's not the hairpiece, apparently. I carry off a disguise with a face like this. See, because when I press here, he mentions proof. You live in that room? No. No bed and desk. Why would you rent it? I have to say, notice board. Not mine. Inspector must have brought it along. The real question is, why was Inspector Gregson killed there in your room? Let me know when to bother. Little known about his room as possible. Knowing that the seat of the crime there is actually in his room.
Objection!
Okay, it's not the notice board there. Whoops. Going backwards. Need to go forward. I don't know why you would be involved in something like that. Once again, I'm just pressing everything that I can. That makes sense. Or presenting. I always see it pressing.
Objection!
I don't know, dude. I'm just waiting till the game gives me the right answer. Until I have to, like, start actually, like, keeping a record of everything I'm using. Good lord, this is awful. I don't know, dude.
Objection.
Firecrackers? Is it the candle? Man, I hate this guy.
Objection.
Not because he... I mean, he probably did kill Gregson, so I hate him for that reason. If anything. But it's just like, come on, man. I don't understand where I'm going wrong.
Objection.
Because once again, it's not the fucking wig. When do you think it would be the wig? Ugh. Whoops.
Objection.
I don't know, dude. I'm just trying.
Objection.
It's the fucking photo. You know, okay, I get it now. I get it now. Now that I presented the photo of Miss Vigil, oh my god. See, this is the thing, right? It's like, once you get it right, everything clicks into place. Because once again, and I guess this is where I failed, right? To think of it from his perspective. Is like, okay, if he owned the room, he owns everything in there. Why does he have the notice board and everything else, right? And then maybe, you know, Gregson brought it over. So that, but the notice board isn't right. So that it's like, why have the picture if the room belongs to you, why have picture, right? And I was still thinking under the mindset of, oh, Gregson has the room. He brought the picture because he's investigating it. And that's where it was wrong the entire time, glaring me in the face. Also, look at the hair there in Mr. Vigil, and then you look at the hair here, and obviously it's been like a few years or so. But it's just like, oh, that makes more sense now. Like, obviously, you make the lips less pronounced. But, yeah, that's him. Even the eyebrows, too. It looks like it, at least. So either that's him, either that's Mr. Vigil, or, like, their son. But most likely, that's Mr. Vigil. Hey, we figured it out. It just took me being an idiot for, like, 10 minutes.
Objection.
Fuck me. If you have no kinfolk, as you put it, then explain why it is that among the sparse furnishings, we found this photograph in the room. Ah. I presume, as you've been renting the room, that this photograph belongs to you, does it not? Oh, well. Mr. Boone, drop the pretense and tell the court exactly who you really are. I don't know what you mean. I'm a peddler. I keep telling you so. You really don't need to bother with me. Please, just leave it alone. As the man says, leave it alone. Whatever the truth is about this man's life, it has no bearing on this case. Because it's simply not possible that he impersonated Inspector Gregson.
Objection.
How can you be so sure? Just look at the man. No amount of disguise could ever hide those unmissable features.
Objection.
But what if we were to look at this the other way around? What do you mean? Yes, counsel, what do you mean? Well, there's no denying that Mr. Boone's lip is very prominent indeed. But consider the possibility that his prominent lip is itself part of an elaborate disguise. Then hiding that prominent feature, in other words, revealing his true face, would make an utterly impenetrable disguise. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Hugh Boone? God, I'm stupid, dude. Good. Witness, are you still hiding the truth from this court? If that's a disguise, then underneath it, his true identity must be... Yes, that's right. There's really only one person he could really be. My lord, The defense believes it can reveal Mr. Boone's true identity to the court. No, please. No. Very well then, counsel. What is the true identity of this peddler who goes simply by the name of Gossip on the street? You piece of shit. Fuck you. Your real name is actually Mr. Vigil, isn't it? Mr. Daily Vigil. I don't recall that name, counsel. Who is this Mr. Vigil? It's a name I encountered yesterday, my lord. It has to do with a certain client of Mr. Herlock Sholmes. A young gentlewoman came to the detective asking him to locate her missing husband. The woman in this photograph, in fact. This is Miss Vigil. What? From what I understand, you haven't returned home since the night before the inspector was found dead. But of course, on that night, you were being held captive by the two red-headed League men. And last night, you were put up by the prosecution service in preparation for testifying in this trial. Because we've been led to believe that you, Miss Venus, and Mr. Sandwich were all homeless. Being important witnesses in this case, we needed to know where we could find you, of course. And that explains why you've not only been unable to return home, but also unable to contact your wife, who's been beside herself with worry, waiting for you at the Vigil residence. Now you just what I'm talking about, really? It's a simple enough matter to confirm my suspicions. All we have to do is pull off that disguise. No, please. Bailiff, bring soap, a sponge, and a washbowl at once. Mr. de Rousseau and Mr. de Rossi, you will restrain the witness. Oui, my lord. Si, my lord. Hell yeah, at least they're helping. No, stop. Get off. Don't. You piece of shit. You piece of shit. Not only did he help the professor escape, you also got Inspector Gregson killed. This man deserves to go to jail and to the gallows. Well, we are now seeing your true features, I presume. Lift your head, sir, so the court can see your face. It would appear that the defense counsel's assertion was entirely correct. This has all been a very elaborate deception. So, witnesses, tell the court, have you seen this man before? I don't believe it, but... See, there is no question. This is the inspector we saw in the park. Extraordinary! On the day of the Red-Headed League enrollment, the man claiming to be Inspector Gregson who appeared before Mr. de Rousseau and Mr. de Rossi in the park was you, disguised as the inspector, or rather, was you posing as the inspector in no disguise at all. Mr. Vigil was formerly employed as the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The chief warder? Then your career had promise. Why, you would quite possibly have become the future governor of the prison. What on earth have you been doing peddling tittle-tattle on Fresno Street? Well, it's been 10 years since Mr. Vigil worked at the prison. 10 years. I'm really dreadfully sorry about all of this. Yes, it's true. I am Daily Vigil. And you were the chief warder at Barclay Prison 10 years ago. So where did Mr. Hugh Boone come from? Boone is the other me. It's a name I invented. Well, evidently there is a great deal under the surface here. I'll explain everything. I'll tell you just how wretched my life has become. Will you, though? Because I still have evidence I need to present against you. As you say, it was 10 years ago now that my employment at Barclay's chief warder came to an end. Having left the prison service, I searched for some new occupation by which to earn a wage. Times were hard in London, and I found no suitable engagements at all. In desperation one day, I turned my hand at selling wares on Fresno Street. But your wife appears to know nothing of this. She still maintains that you are the chief warder at Barclay Prison. I was utterly determined that my wife should not know of my failings, which is why I've never told her. I opened an account at the bank under the name of Hugh Boone, and I rented the cheapest room I could find on Fresno Street. The scene of the very crime we're investigating. Yes, that's right. A place from which I could emerge every morning at 8 as a squalid peddler, and transform myself back every evening at 5 into a well-dressed man about town before returning home. That quickly became my daily routine. I was puzzled by the lack of furniture in the room, but that explains it. But why on earth didn't you just tell us this in the first place? I have a wife, sir, and 2 sons. Without wishing to sound self-conceited, they regard me with some pride. I couldn't bring myself to disappoint them. So instead, you decided to conceal your occupation from them. Yes. I've made such a terrible mess of everything. Still, one thing doesn't add up. No matter how many tidbits of information you could sell to passing gentlemen, even at 6 pence apiece, you couldn't hope to match the salary you must have commanded as chief warder at the prison. Very true. To have kept your family in comfort, despite 10 years of somewhat misbegotten employment. That was all thanks to Inspector Gregson. What? Inspector Gregson? What on earth? It was some years after I'd invented Boone and begun my other life as a street seller. He, the inspector that is, recognized me one day. Do you mean to say the victim was an acquaintance of yours? I knew him from my time working at the prison. When he saw what I had become, he was deeply troubled for me and my family. From that day forward, he visited me on Fresno Street with increasing regularity. Then one day, he asked me if I would carry out a secret assignment for him. A secret? What was it? I was to impersonate the inspector. What? Impersonate him? Daily Vigil gives me the vibes of, like, Kira Yoshikage from JoJo Part 4. That's what I get from him, but just, like, not as a serial killer. Spoiler, I guess. We always met in that little room so the inspector could brief me. Visit Orxes tomorrow and take her a statement from the proprietress. There's always something along those lines. Surveillance work, interviewing people. On those occasions, he would lend me his identification so people would believe who I was. My instructions were to make an impression, to let people know that Inspector Gregson had been at work. For those services, he compensated me financially. A Scotland Yard inspector willingly relinquished his identification into your care with intent to deceive. That, as I'm sure I need not to point out, is a very serious criminal offense. But why? What was the point of you impersonating him? I truthfully do not know. All I can say is that the inspector warned me on numerous occasions. Now remember, Vigil, I need your solemn word. You don't blab about this to anyone, alright? Ever. Even if, well, if I end up a croaker. So you kind of just, like, broke that rule, right? He died, and you still told us. In time. Fucking voice crack. In time, he started to bring papers with him to the room as well. Became something of a second office for him. So, in fact, the person who declared himself to be Inspector Gregson at the park on Lime Street was really... Yes, it was me, acting on the inspector's orders. As usual, I removed my Boone disguise, and then went as instructed to the park, armed with the inspector's identification book. It never occurred to me that the bruise on my neck might give me away. So, knowing that, you two were probably pretty close. You probably had the reason to kill him. So the question is, who did? We're still left with no answers. Well, it would seem this confession completely destroys the defense's case. Explain yourself, Prosecutor Asogi. Probably motive, right? My learned friend's assertions was as follows. The victim was killed at another location on the day before his corpse was discovered. At the hands of these two red-headed league men when they imprisoned the inspector. Okay, that's funny. But no, that can't be. That's fucking funny. After all, it wasn't the inspector who went to the park that day. It was me. Oh goodness. Finally, we have clarity. We had nothing to do with this murder of the inspector. And merci, Monsieur de la Défense, for proving it. What? Ugh! Order! 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 Indeed, it would appear that we have reached a de facto conclusion of sorts. These witnesses had no involvement in the murder of the victim. As proven, somewhat ironically, by the defense. I hereby call an end to the cross-examination. Uh-oh.
Hold it!
Asogi coming in clutch. Let's go. Pardon me, my lord, but with your permission, I would like to pose one further question to the witness. Kazuma? Yeah, his goal here is probably to prove a mockery of the British justice system, as opposed to like getting Van Zyke's charged. What question, counsel? Also hit my mic again. It concerns the events of 10 years ago. I believe you would have been present at a very significant execution that was carried out at the time. 10 years ago? Oh, this is also his only chance, too, probably. The execution of the professor, Genshin Asogi. I want to know exactly what your involvement was. Oh. Answer me, man. One moment, counsel. Is this related to the current case? Naturally. It is the prosecution's belief that this case and the events of 10 years ago are inextricably linked. Does the defense concur, counsel? Kazuma, you're not yourself. You're not as calm as collected as usual. Poor Kazuma-sama. No wonder he's acting this way. Mr. Vigil's memories of what happened 10 years ago would tell the tale of Genshin Asogi's last moments. His own father. I know. I do understand that. But even so... Prosecutor Asogi. Do you genuinely believe that this question requires an answer in order to learn the truth behind Inspector Gregson's death? I need you to trust me. Please. Very well. Then the defense has no objection. I see. In that case, you will answer the question, witness. The truth is, I remember very little of that time. You've forgotten? I'm sorry to say, yes. As I said, I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. But for some peculiar reason, my memory of the events leading up to that moment is extremely hazy. Does that not strike you as strange, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry? Well, 10 years is a long time. But to have forgotten the reason why he left such an important job... Yes, you're right. Well, yeah, he did leave. He was let go. He was fired. And not only that, Sir Vigil's claims contradicts what we already know. The human spirit is a fragile thing. It's broken all too easily. Which is why we have a tendency to wrap it up for protection. Sorry? The human spirit? I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean. When we experience pain and suffering that we feel unable to bear, we block it out, obliterate it from our memories, seal it away. But it never truly leaves us. If the seal is broken, the memories resurface. And when they do, that fragile spirit may finally be crushed. But I really don't. Kazuma-sama. But if it must be crushed, then so be it. Because the truth will not stay buried. It's coming out, one way or another. Right. Now I understand. It's clear what his intentions are. He means to expose the truth, at any cost. Perhaps if I pointed out the contradiction in what Mr. Vigil claimed earlier, it might cause some crucial memories to return to him. But should I? Should I present the evidence or not? Hell yeah, I'm gonna present the evidence! We're finding the truth! Also, just in case, I want to make another save file. What happens if I don't? Nah, we're exposing it. I have no idea how this is going to go. But this is a court of law, and I have a duty to pursue the truth. Mr. Vigil, I'd like you to look at this. Evidence that clearly contradicts your version of events.
Take that!
Just a few moments ago, you made the following statement. I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. Ah, well, yes. In other words, you claim to have left the post of chief warder of your own volition. Well, yes, of course. Why? Tell me. Do you remember seeing this document before? No, I don't. This is a dismissal notice ordering the immediate termination of a prison staff member's employment. A dismissal notice? And the name on the notice is yours, Mr. Vigil. What? What? It's mine? So you didn't resign from the prison service at all? For some reason, you were dismissed as chief warder from Barclay. No, there's been some mistake. I'm sure. I'm sure I tendered my resignation. This dismissal notice is nonsense. Is it? If you were forcibly dismissed, there must have been good reason. Clearly, you did something. Mr. Vigil, it's time to break the seal and have you remember. According to the few remaining records, the final execution that you supervised was on 17th June 10 years ago. And on that day, something very serious took place at Barclay Prison. 17th of June? Was that the professor's execution? Professor. As you were the chief warder at the time, it stands to reason that you would have been present throughout the proceedings. It does sound familiar. And yet, that execution never took place. The convict, ostensibly executed earlier that day, later re-emerged from his grave. The convict came back to life. In the cemetery in the middle of the night, there was a witness. However, the witness claims that a moment after he saw the convict clambering out of his grave, a gunshot rang out from over his shoulder, and the bullet pierced the professor's chest, killing him instantly. Those may have been the professor's actual last moments. Is the professor still alive? And he's the actual Reaper of the Bailey? Because he killed, like, people of the aristocracy, right? And then following the Reapers, like, the people who got convicted innocent, or not convicted, but, like, who got cleared, and were found innocent, but they were actually, like, people of the aristocracy. So they were people who probably should have died. Like, McGilded? Is the professor still alive? Because we can't trust Drebber for anything, and this guy fucking assisted in it. The professor might still be alive. Seeing as you were in charge of overseeing executions at the time, you must know the truth about what really happened. It's in your head, somewhere deep down. Well, Chief Warder Daily Vigil, I know there are memories in your head that can explain what happened on 17th June 10 years ago. And now it's time for you to drag them up. Mr. Vigil? Yes, the whole prison. It was complete chaos. The prisoner escaped. He was killed in the cemetery. Shocking news ripped through Barclay like a hurricane. What? What? Order! 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 Do you mean to say, Mr. Vigil, that your memories of the time have returned? My head, it's like some floodgates have been opened. The images, the screams. Oh, my goodness. The papers. There were reports, articles, about a man who'd seen a ghost. Yes, Enoch Drebber. But surely those reports were exaggerated. There were traces at the scene. Traces of what? In Lowgate Cemetery, at plot number 139. Blood. Lots of blood. That's where the man was buried, of course. Obviously, something terrible happened there. The depths of conspiracy and depravity from which this tale is emerging are quite staggering. I've reviewed the police records from that time extensively. A thorough investigation was conducted by Scotland Yard to ascertain how the convict managed to escape in the first place. And the conclusion reached by the investigating team was that a member of the prison staff must have been involved. Are you suggesting that a prison warder abetted the man's bid for freedom? Yes. Yes. And I was suspected of doing it. Of using that mass murderer's execution as a way to help him escape. You did what? I remember now. The horror of it all is all coming back to me. One evening, a few days after the execution, some detectives came to the prison. I was called to the governor's office at the top of the watchtower. I'm sorry, Daly. This is a serious business, but I cannot help you, no. As chief warder, you were responsible for overseeing the execution of four, eh? Well, it seems the fellows at Scotland Yard want to have a few wee words with you about it. You'd better pack your things, laddie. You're to attend in person. As soon as he told me that, my mind just went completely blank. And the next thing I knew, the Professor. The most hated killer in our country's history. And I let him escape. I'm finished. My life is over. Did he try to kill himself? Order! Order! Bailiff, fetch a doctor at once! Court is adjourned for today with immediate effect.
So, with Mr. Vigil's collapse, proceedings came to an abrupt end for the day. Once again overshadowed by the legacy of that notorious killer, appearing like a cursed ghost ship on a foggy ocean.
Oh, whoops, I didn't mean to press start.
Lord Van Zeeks,
Zeeks?
Mr. Vigil, Cosima, and Gregson.
So it is
All of
Zeeks.
them bound by invisible chains anchored to the same wreckage in the murky depths of the past. But the miraculous light that had been trying to cut through the gloom and shine on those tragic events was playing on the edges of the truth at last.
Okay, to be continued. I thought I was gonna save the end. Because, like, we're not done with this fucking case. We still gotta figure out who the hell killed Inspector Gregson. Also, it's Van Zeeks. I thought it was Zyx this entire time. You know, we're in the second game, like, so many fucking hours in. I've been saying it wrong the whole time. But Zyx, like I said, sounds so much cooler than Zeke's. Well. Well, shit. Oh, start off autoplay. 2nd November, 3:38 p.m. Show 'em sweet. Well, I gotta start saying Van Zeeks now. Also, I just skipped past that intermission because of that. But, I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be right back. Alright, and we're back. As I, what's it called? Try to pause and hit forward, so. Still can't quite believe what just happened. I know, I inquired with the bailiff after the court session was adjourned. And it seems Mr. Vigil was taken to a hospital to recover. Right. 10 years ago now, Mr. Vigil attempted to commit suicide by jumping out of the window of the prison governor's office. But ever since then, he's completely blocked the memory of those events from his mind. Nobody knew his secret. Not his family, not even the man himself. But I forced it out into the open. Was it wrong of me to do that? Did I overstep the mark? I wonder. Runo! Oh, Iris. You were miles away. Anyway, I brewed a fresh pot of soothing tea for you. Oh, thank you. You and Susie have had an exhausting day so far, haven't you? Oh. Thank you, Iris. How thoughtful of you. Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is? When we came out of the courtroom back into the defendant's antechamber, he disappeared. Oh, no. I don't know. He just suddenly sprang to his feet and left. All he said was, I must leave. I wonder if he's pursuing the mystery of Inspector Rexon's death. Well, you know what Hurley's always saying, don't you? There are mysteries in this world that should perhaps never be solved. For the construction of a solution comes only at the expense of the destruction of something else. What does that mean? He knows very well that when you open someone else's old wounds, you often open your own too. But he just can't take his own advice and leave well alone. Solving mysteries is too important to him. That's so true. So true, bestie. But that's what I like about Hurley, after all. I suppose that's a lot of a great detective in some ways. So then, let's have tea, and then I'll give you a hand. Oh, do you have time, Iris? Yes, I finished this month's manuscript at last, with barely a day to spare before the deadline. Oh, I'm so looking forward to it. A brand new story to read in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. You know, I always hide Hurley's violin in the days before I have a deadline. You do? Poor Mr. Sholmes. I'm sure that's very wise, Iris. How sensible of you. Now then, my dear fellows, let's make a plan of action before we continue our investigation. That's a good question. This morning's trial. So, how did it go at the court this morning? Well, we still don't know the truth about what really happened, but one thing's increasingly clear. Lord Van Zeeks definitely didn't do it. Man, I'm gonna have to remember to say Zeeks. That's so lame. This Zeke sounds so lame. But I guess I have to be corrected now. Oh, goody. Yes, that's right. We managed to uncover several new facts as well. Oh, really? And there was another development too. Kazuma. Yes, it's quite clear now. The Kazuma-sama is not himself. The way he's acting, it's almost as if he's possessed. I know. I mean, at the end of the proceedings earlier, he was like a bloodhound the way he was chasing down Mr. Vigil's forgotten past. He's not normally so mercilessly persistent. What's going on in his head, I wonder? I really need to sit down with Kazuma and try to understand what he's going through. The Reaper's innocence. If Gregson was really murdered the day before his body was discovered, then Lord Van Zieks has to be innocent, you see. What? The day before? Well, that should be easy enough to work out just by examining the corpse, surely. Yes, you would expect so. But curiously, no time of death was included in the autopsy report. That is curious. There are still unanswered questions about Lord Van Zieks, though, aren't there? Ah, do you mean... I mean, what was he doing there on Fresno Street that day in the first place? Well, according to the man's testimony, he said he was investigating Inspector Gregson, didn't he? And it turns out that little room was actually the inspector's secret office. Ooh, that sounds like it has all the makings of a wonderfully devilish plot. But then why was that notice board in there covered in all those particular papers? Papers about cases with a link to the Reaper. Started to get a bad feeling about all this. Oh dear, that sounds more like something horribly devilish. We must start by looking into Inspector Gregson's movements of late. I never imagined I might have to be investigating an inspector's movements. Well, according to the entry in his diary, he was carrying out an incognito investigation of the Red-Headed League the day before his death. Oh, you mean he was doing the same as Hurley? Well, Mr. Sholm was trying to apply, whereas the inspector was supposed to be investigating. I do wish it had been the other way around. Anyway, as it turns out, the inspector who went to investigate the Red-Headed League that day wasn't actually Gregson at all. It was Mr. Vigil, in possession of Gregson's identification. You know what that sounds like to me? Establishing an alibi. Oh my, yes, you're absolutely right, Iris. But why would Gregson need an alibi? It would appear that the inspector had something to do that he wished to keep secret. I don't believe it. I always thought he was just a harmless lover of fish and chips. But perhaps they were seasoned with something a little more potent than salt and vinegar. I think perhaps we should try to move away from the food analogies. Yeah, you're gonna make me hungry. Well, anyway, if Lord Van Zieks felt the need to investigate Gregson... Yes, I agree. We must try to find out what he knows. And Mr. Vigil's condition. Vigil, you say? Isn't that the name of the lady who came to visit Hurley yesterday? That's right. To ask Mr. Sholmes if he would help her to find her missing husband. Only Mr. Sholmes completely passed the buck to us. Actually, did you say that Mr. Vigil had been taken to hospital? Do you know which one? What is it, St. Sinners? Whatever. Fucking wrote this game. Ah, it's St. Sinners. I'm starting to wonder if all the other hospitals in London have closed down. Yeah, fucking tell me about it. Or, you know, they just modeled one hospital and they don't want to reuse they don't want to make new assets. But that's amazing, Runo. You found the lady's husband already. Well, I suppose I have. By accident. And 10 years ago, while Mr. Vigil was the chief warder at the prison, he was responsible for overseeing the professor's incarceration. No! So when the convict escaped, he was held responsible and immediately dismissed. Sometimes I really don't want to grow up. There's more. For 10 years after that, while he was ostensibly working as a peddler, he also had another secret job. He was paid by Gregson to be his stand-in, to impersonate the inspector. To impersonate Gregsy? But why? I have absolutely no idea. Ginny was right. I'm starting to think all adults are up to no good now. Including you, Runo. I haven't paid anyone to impersonate me. That means he has ties to the professor and to Inspector Gregson, though. So I do think we ought to pay a visit to Mr. Vigil, don't you? Back to St. Sinners, then. Well, I think it's clear what we need to do, isn't it? Let us investigate, my dear fellows. Oh, Iris. You're even more enthusiastic than usual today. If anyone has anything to hide, my special Wilson shooting iron will soon set them straight. That water pistol? It's stuffed full of a piping hot extra special blend of mine. And I'm quite sure it will be very effective. Better be careful not to hide anything. Well, it feels a little strange that Mr. Sholmes is nowhere to be seen, but still, let's go and see what we can find out. Yes. Let's just vibe to the music a little bit more. Let's go see Zeke's. Hey, I heard your name is Zeke's, like a loser, so I came to talk to you about it. Also, sorry for mispronouncing it for like 60 plus hours. Lord Van Zeeks is reading. Look. He doesn't seem like he wants visitors, does he? But he must have noticed that we're here, surely. What do you Nipponese want? There's no way to greet the lawyer who's trying his hardest to prove your innocence, is it? Perhaps not. Hmm? I apologize. So, what can I do for you, Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Van Zeeks, speaking earnestly. Oh, the fog will lift over London for the first time in months tomorrow. This does feel very, very strange. I must say, I was impressed. Oh, well, thank you. Not by you, by your fellow Nipponese, your prosecutor friend. Oh, I see. Yes. It's sardonic, don't you think? For a man such as me, so loathing of the Nipponese, to be entirely at the mercy of the two of you. I suppose it's retribution for having played the part of the Reaper all these years. Played the part. Hey, so now that I know your last name proper, you know, let's get to know each other a bit more, personally. You once told me that you gladly allowed people to believe you were the Reaper, because it helped reduce the amount of serious crime that took place in London. If keeping quiet and playing the part benefits the cause, a cause I myself am committed to pursuing, then why would I choose to say anything? But the henchman of a criminal killed by the Reaper attacked you only the other day. And that was just the most recent of many attempts on your life, wasn't it? Someone is clearly profiting from your silence about all this. Someone is using you. Believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared, I've been doing my utmost to expose him. Or rather, expose the organization. Ah, it's a whole organization? It's inconceivable that all those accidents were orchestrated by one man. No, the Reaper always appears to have accurate information about the accused in each case, which could only mean that somebody at Scotland Yard is involved. Someone at... You can't mean... It's taken me many years, but I finally identified the central figure in this Reaper organization. Tobias Gregson. No. No! Gregson, the Reaper? That makes sense. Probably the ringleader of the Reaper is, like, Strongheart, because he wants to be, like, what is it? Like, the Attorney General. So, realistically, it's probably, like, Strongheart with Scythe, Drebber, Gregson, all under his pocket, because he's, like, the lead guy. Also, it's Ace Attorney, right? It's the most obvious person. Kind of like Gant from, the original trilogy. Or rather, the first game, I should say, not the original trilogy. So the reason you were investigating Inspector Gregson is because you intended to expose him as the Reaper? As I said, the Reaper of the Bailey is no single person. It's a highly secret organization with close ties to Scotland Yard. But there's no doubt that Gregson was a key member of that organization. I don't believe it. Are you saying that that he was behind all those awful criminals meeting there? Gregson didn't do the dirty work himself. Oh. He was the tactician. His job was to covertly investigate the marks and plot their assassinations. In order to do that without arousing suspicion, he regularly needed a firm alibi. Which is where Mr. Vigil came in, posing as the inspector. Vigil knows nothing of the Reaper, but the room he rents on Fresno Street was almost certainly the headquarters of the operation. Gregson would have met the assassin there for briefings. So we don't actually know who carried out the killings then. Oh, whoops. Get my mic again. Actually, I do have a name. You what? Well, if you can name the man, you have the true identity of the Reaper already then. Or, if I can name the woman. Oh. What? She's a young woman by the name of Assassin. Fuck off. Ace Attorney doing this bullshit. Assassin. Okay. Or Assassin. Wait. What? Shin. Miss Assassin. The true name of a terrifying killer I know only too well. She came to Japan posing as a visiting student and murdered Dr. John H. Wilson. Then, just when it seemed that diplomatic protection would help her escape Japan in conviction, the mysterious woman herself was murdered at a small summer beach hut. And that woman was actually the Reaper of the Bailey? Wait. Mr. Naruhodo, this perhaps isn't the place to discuss. No, of course not. We can't mention it here. So, one thing that already comes to mind in that revelation, supposed revelation, is assuming that's actually her, it explains why Natsume was alive, right? It doesn't explain how McGilded died because she was in Japan. So it's like, how did McGilded die if she was in Japan? If she's the killer. I mean, sure, connections, whatever else, and someone else does it. But the whole point is that she's the killer. How did McGilded die? Because we got him acquitted, and then he died after the fact. Natsume being safe is fine. Because he was in England, and then he went to Japan. But at the same time, it never crosses borders. I don't fucking know. The fact that she killed Dr. John H. Wilson. Because Iris doesn't know, and it's very likely that the man was her father. Assassin. I should let father know at once. Yes, I agree. Huh. Kazuma, isn't it? Kazuma Asogi. You say he's a friend of yours. My best friend. He's the whole reason I got to come to Britain. It was all on his merits. I have nothing but respect for him. Yes, I understand that only the very best students are selected for such opportunities. And I had a fine demonstration of how sharp he is in the proceedings earlier today. He missed nothing. In fact, his flawless performance very much reminded me of his father, Genshin Asogi, the professor. It's true that the aristocracy at the time was the root of numerous grave societal problems. They were abusing their power, playing with the common man as pawn in politics, in economics, and war. Ah, so not much changed, huh? Welcome to the modern age, right? In many ways, Asogi was carving out a canker from society that we British couldn't deal with ourselves. I see. But that's precisely why it makes no sense. Clint Van Zieks was a noble and upstanding man. He wasn't corrupt. Why did that damned Nipponese have to go and take my brother's life? In spite of having once saved mine. He saved your life? How did that happen? Oh. It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. What was to be the professor's final strike had sent a wave of panic through the capital. So Clint Van Zieks had already been killed at this point then. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. Of course, at that point, I had no idea of the true nature of the man at my side. All of a sudden... Don't make a peep. You're coming with us. We were surrounded. Yo, even though Genshin's the professor, he looks fucking cool. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Chloe was not only from noble heritage, he was a brilliant prosecutor as well. The scum of London hated the sight of him. They had no sympathy for his younger brother either. I'd been targeted several times before already. Yeah, it's Van Zieks, alright. We've got him. I could hear them murmuring amongst themselves. I knew they were after me. But just when I thought my time had come, I let them kill you. It would never forget me. It was Asogi's voice, just a whisper in my ear. After that, I don't remember exactly what happened. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. Two days later, they arrested him, on suspicion of being London's most notorious mass murderer ever, the Professor. How awful for you. All at once, I lost the brother I revered and the foreign friend I held in such high regard. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zieks. That's the end of my miserable tale. I never thought I'd recount it to anyone. Well, thank you for confiding in me. The Professor, the Reaper, and Inspector Gregson. I wonder just how intimately related they all are. I still can't quite believe that Gregson was essentially the Reaper, giving assassination orders to Giselle Brett. Mr. Naruhodo, let's go and inform my father. I'm sure our government will want to hear about this new information. Oh, that means I get to meet your daddy, Susie. Hooray! Yes, alright. Let's head back to the Great Waterloo Hotel then. No other options, I'm guessing? Alright, cool. Alright, Waterloo Hotel it is. Try to go in order and try to wrap this up. I say wrap this up, but get much more further progress. I thought it yesterday, and I think it again today. This place is so princely. It's a wild guess, but I have a feeling you'll think the same tomorrow, too. My tea has a finer fragrance than whatever they're serving in the tea room here, though. What did you say? Ah, look what we have here. This is an unexpected pleasure. Ah, Father! Ooh, is this your daddy, Susie? How lovely! What a charming young lady. And you are? I'm Iris Wilson. Really? Wilson? Oh, geez, man. Hey, never met the guy. Don't know who you're talking about. Oh, really? So you're the author of The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, are you? That's me, Iris Wilson, at your service, sir. Susie's been such a wonderful friend to me over the last year, you know. Well, Miss Wilson, I must say I read your work regularly and with much interest. Iris actually lives with Mr. Sholmes, you know, Father. Is that so? Well, perhaps that goes some way to explaining that bright look in your eyes. Hehe. You wouldn't be smiling so airily if you knew just how bright she is, believe me. Now then, young Naruhodo, it's a pleasure seeing you in action earlier. As an invitee of the symposium, I was allowed to observe from the gallery, after I twisted some arms. And I must say, it was a truly exemplary performance. Oh, well, thank you very much. Although I'm fairly sure you omitted my Kazuma on the end there. No, please don't misunderstand. It was you who impressed me. Really? You didn't miss a step against Asogi, and we all know how capable he is. Really, to have matured into such a fine defense lawyer in less than a year is quite extraordinary. It's very kind of you to say so. Really nice to hear. What I saw in court today confirmed what I'd been hoping for. The favor I mentioned yesterday, Naruhodo. Trust you haven't forgotten. Oh, no, you did mention something, didn't you? But first, we have something to report, Father. Of course, of course. Shall we take tea while we discuss matters further? I wonder where Judge Jigoku has got to. Is he here? He is not. Figured I'd check. About the Reaper. Father, do you know about the so-called Reaper of the Bailey? I've heard rumors. Some members of the judiciary explained it all to me yesterday. Of course, when I was a visiting student here in London, the Reaper was yet to emerge. Right. He didn't appear until after that case when the visiting students had already returned home. Lord Van Zieks, who was in the dock today. That was Barak, the younger brother of Clint Van Zieks, I believe. That's right. He's known throughout London as the Reaper, as you've heard. But the truth is, it wasn't him behind all those mysterious deaths. It was somebody else. I see. So what you're saying is, there's been a professional killer at work here. Exactly. Somebody by the name of Assassin, in fact. I beg your pardon? Did you say Assassin? You mean that Giselle Brett woman who was responsible for killing my great friend? Oh no! A friend of yours was killed? Professor Mikotoba, I think perhaps we shouldn't discuss this right now. Because the friend the professor is talking about is Dr. John H. Wilson. And that's not something we want Iris to find out about. Not like this, anyway. Yeah, fucking Christ. This is like, yeah, man, my great friend. I don't know his name, though. He kind of sucked, really. Ah, I've just remembered something. Biscuits. This hotel has the most delicious-looking biscuits. That was rather out of the blue. She's doing this deliberately. I think I'll go and see if I can purchase some. I wonder, would you like to come too, Iris? Oh, yes. You just try to leave me behind. So that young girl. It's called Iris Wilson, is she? Yes, that's right. And she's the author of all those adventure stories starring the great Detective Sholmes. But the name of the credited author isn't Iris, is it? It's Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, I know. That's the name of her father, you see. Her father? Dr. John H. Wilson. I was deeply indebted to the man for all the kindness he showed me during my time in London. That's why I was keen to reciprocate and invite him to the Imperial Yume University 4 years ago. But he was murdered last year by Giselle Brett. Why? Why would the hands of the Reaper stretch all the way to Japan? Iris knows nothing about that case, but it seems very likely that the victim, Dr. Wilson, was her father. Well, can't say that we ever spoke about his family, so I don't know if he had a daughter or not. But I think I could say with some certainty that he was never the great detective's partner. So, it could have been another Dr. Wilson, you think? Well, John and Wilson are both common names after all. Still, it's probably best not to mention this to the young lady until we can be sure. That's what we thought, yes. We're back! With cinnamon biscuits. Yeah, she probably knows already with how smart she is. I highly doubt she, doesn't know, or at least doesn't have an idea. Especially with how many times we avoid it. Oh, they smell delicious, Iris. I think cinnamon would go very well with the tea they serve here. Don't you, Susie? Yes, I'm sure you're right, Iris. Judge Jigoku. Haven't seen Judge Jigoku for a while, have you? Guilty! Ha 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 ha! But that guilty is still ringing in my ears. No, now you mention it, I haven't seen him since this morning either. I suppose since the symposium's opening was postponed, he'll have gone to explore the great exhibition. That reminds me of something you mentioned yesterday. About Judge Jigoku having once been in the dock himself? Yes. It was all tied up with that accursed trial. The closed trial with Kazuma's father. Seishiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and, actually managed to break the witness stand. Oh my. He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged. Oh dear, although it's worryingly easy to imagine him doing that. Well, it was alright in the end. He was acquitted, and we returned home to Japan together. Thank goodness. Ah yes, talking of Seishiro. I have a copy of the photograph we all took together here yesterday. Please. Oh, what a lovely picture. It certainly seems to show we've arrived in Britain. Oh, why is that being added as evidence? That's not a good sign. None of us had any idea what was coming when we took that, did we? No. No, that's so true. Uh-oh. Don't tell me Jigoku is part of this. Do not tell me that Jigoku is going to be a part of this fucking case and that he's, like, associated with the Reaper. Do not tell me. Either him or fucking Mikotoba, right? I do not want to hear that shit. Or something like, oh, the thing on his tie, or, like, the fucking brooch or some shit. Do not. The favor. So, you mentioned a favor that you'd like to ask me. Well, this fateful trial that you're fighting. One way or another, it will be over before long. And what it is, I'd like you to accompany me back to Japan. You want me to do... What? Father, what is the meaning of this? Now, Susato, you should understand. You've seen how our courts work firsthand. Japan's judicial system is in its infancy, especially when it comes to defense. Oh, you mean... The Supreme Court of Judicature is in desperate need of a good defense lawyer. As soon as possible. Really, quite urgently, in fact. But I've not even been in London a year yet. I read all of Susato's reports. I'm well aware of your extraordinary talents. And having seen you in action with my own eyes earlier today, there's no question. You, Naruhodo, are precisely the man our country needs. So, you'd be leaving then, Runo? But then, what am I supposed to do, Father? You came here to serve as Asogi's judicial assistant. Oh yes, she's supposed to be Kazuma's assistant. Our government is still in the process of deciding how to best to deal with the situation, though. You've always chosen your own path, Susato. And I trust your judgment. In this matter also. Father! Please, the pair of you, don't look so downcast. It's merely a suggestion, you understand. I hope if I'm honest, but I won't force you. All I ask is that you consider it, and come to a decision by the time this trial concludes. Yes, alright. You won't leave, will you, Runo? Thought hadn't even crossed my mind. Up until now, I've just been trying to do what I believe to be Kazuma's will. It turns out that he's still alive, so where does that leave me? Fighting for the truth, man. Doesn't matter where it is, so long as you fight for it, right? Well, if you'll excuse me now. I need to telegram government ministers and the Japanese police with this information about Asashin. Of course, Father. Thank you. I look forward to next month's installment, Miss Wilson. Oh, good. And please, do come to Baker Street sometime, won't you? We'd love to entertain you. I would be delighted. The best of luck for tomorrow, Naruhodo. And give my suggestion your full consideration, won't you? Yes, I will. Going back home. You know, Kazuma-sama has always meant a great deal to my father. I'm sure he'd love the chance to meet with him and talk to him about all of this. Yes, no doubt. Asashin. Of course, it's so obvious. How could I have neglected to consider the possibility before now? Ah, Mr. Sholmes. Hurley, where have you been? Why, I joined you all for tea, of course. What an extraordinary question. I didn't notice you at all. No matter, no matter. Anyway, to more pressing concerns. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes? I must dispatch a telegram to your country at once. It is a matter of much urgency. To Japan, you mean? Tell me, to whom can I entrust the task? Quickly now, who? Ah, well... My father has just now left to send a telegram to the Imperial Police Bureau of Japan himself. I see. Well, he looked reliable enough for a bearded fellow. I don't think what Father Sports could be considered a beard, Mr. Sholmes. There's not a moment to lose. Kindly ask your trusty, unshaven father to see this is sent. I will, but what is it? No questions at this time, if you please, Mr. Sato. All we can do is pray. That for once, my deduction is awry. Doesn't that imply that you're Now then! You may be surprised to learn that I am a very busy man. I certainly have no time to hide behind settees and eavesdrop on other people's conversations. So that's what joining us for tea meant. I leave the sending of this in your hands then, my dear fellows. Ah, wait a minute, Mr. Sholmes. He just sort of ran off, didn't he? At quite a pace. And left the unpaid bill for his tea behind, too. So, I'm gonna read that telegram, like, immediately, right? I must catch up with Father at the telegraph office at once. And I'll run and call us a cab straight away. Oh. And there was me thinking everyone would be clamoring to pay Mr. Sholmes' bill. So I don't get to fucking read it? Of course not. Why would I? I wouldn't be surprised if Mr. Sholmes is part of the fucking Reaper. The Reaper organization. As much as of a comic relief character he is, every time he gets serious, he's like an asshole about it. Just doing things as he pleased. It's the thing I hate about anime games. Every time, it's just like, oh hey, we know this information, but we're just gonna withhold it from you, because fuck you. It'll all be revealed in due time. Now, fucking tell me now we can avoid all these problems. All these problems, avoided immediately. Every time. Oh, so you're just here with me? You didn't fucking let me read the telegram? God damn it. This is the ward where Mr. Vigil was brought, apparently. To be frank, I'm a little worried about seeing him again. Ah, the lawyer. Hello again. Are you feeling better now, Mr. Vigil? Yes, thank you. Somewhat better. I'm so sorry to have caused you to... I mean, it was because of me. If I hadn't exposed your secret and forced you to remember things you'd obviously try to forget. The prosecutor was here until a few moments ago, too. You just missed him. Oh, Kazuma beat us to it. He said much the same as you. He was very apologetic. But the truth is, I brought all of this upon myself. Please, don't think like that. Keeping it from Evie, my wife, all these years, I carried such a sense of guilt. But that's not the worst of it. Over time, I obviously came to deceive myself as well. You mean about your dismissal? Looking back now, I'm beginning to think that perhaps Inspector Gregson didn't stumble across me by accident at all. I mean, he compensated me so generously for acting as his stand-in. He was clearly concerned for my well-being and doing what he could to help. So perhaps Gregson knew exactly what had become of Mr. Vigil all along then. I'm sure this is just desserts for 10 years of lies and deception, but... It wasn't me that helped the professor escape 10 years ago. It wasn't me. I swear it. I swear it's true. Oh, Mr. Vigil. I'm sure you'd rather not dredge up even more from your past at this time, but if possible, could you tell us exactly what really happened? I want to. I need to get all this off my chest. I just want someone to tell me what I should have done. Yeah, I know I mentioned he looks like Kira, or like the vibe he gives off is like Kira Yoshikage. He also poses too, so it just doesn't help the matter. Inspector Gregson was obviously engaged in a special operation of some sort. He was investigating something that even Scotland Yard couldn't know about. Details of the Reaper's marks, yes. It was when he had to carry out those investigations that I would take his identification and impersonate him. We'd pretend to be the inspector and carry out investigations on his behalf. Oh no, never! A common street peddler couldn't possibly carry out a proper police investigation. All I would do is go to the specified location and make a little hoo-ha. Just something to leave an impression, so everyone there would think a detective called Gregson was here. So, that's what you were doing on the day prior to the incident? Yes. He asked me to make an appearance at the park on Lime Street for the Red-Headed League event. So as usual, I flashed the inspector's identification around and was very vocal about my presence. But then you were taken prisoner by those red-headed fraudsters. Yes. So you would always make a point of showing Gregson's identification and generally being loud. That's what the inspector asked me to do, yes. Well, that's one way of becoming a legendary detective, I suppose. Not a good one, though. And as you know, I suffered this bruising around my neck at their hands. But the following day, they kept their word and released me. Without returning the inspector's identification to you, however. We had arranged to meet in the Fresno Street room at 5 that day so I could report back to the inspector. But at the agreed time, that's when I heard the gunshot. Taking a sip. It was midnight on 17th June 10 years ago. That was the time scheduled for the execution. The professor's execution never actually took place, did it? Or rather, the execution itself must have been used to affect the plan of escape. I hardly dare to imagine what a chilling plan it was. Barclay was renowned for being the highest security prison in the country. Everything that went in or out of the place was searched multiple times. But there was one notable exception. Or rather, one notable loophole. Something that was never questioned. I have a feeling I know what that loophole was now. Probably like the cemetery itself, right? Or the coffins into which the bodies of the executed convicts were placed, correct? Yes. Once the coroner had confirmed the death of a condemned convict, the body was taken in its coffin for immediate burial in Lowgate Cemetery just behind the prison. The chief warder first had to sign the necessary papers. And after that, no member of staff was permitted to touch the coffin containing the body again. When executions took place, only the executioner and the coroner were permitted inside the chamber. I would wait in the adjacent room for word that the condemned convict was dead. On that occasion, once I had that confirmation, I went into the mortuary to find the lone coffin as usual. The procedure was that I would sign the paperwork having checked the coffin, then nail it shut. But for some reason that day, the coffin was already nailed shut. No! I didn't think anything of it at the time. I assumed that my deputy must have checked the coffin and nailed it shut before I arrived. So, you mean, the coffin contained... Yes. I can only imagine that Asogi, having escaped his execution somehow, was alive inside the coffin. The coffin was then taken out through the main gates and deposited in Lowgate Cemetery. Presumably, there wouldn't have been enough air inside to breathe for long. So the early hours following the burial, somebody dug up the coffin again to set Genshin free. But in the end, he was fatally shot in the graveyard anyway. What on earth really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night, I wonder? I'm afraid I really don't know. All I can say with certainty are two things. Asogi couldn't possibly have escaped that way without help from somebody working in the prison. And that somebody was not me. Obviously, you knew the man then. The professor, I mean. Genshin Asogi. Yes, I remember him well, in fact. Would you mind telling us what you know? Well, having been condemned to death as he was, any contact I had with the man was short, obviously. After that trial, which was carried out behind closed doors, attended only by elite members of the judiciary, they called for his execution to be carried out at the earliest possible opportunity. The outcome of the trial was set from the beginning, wasn't it? It was a time of delicate diplomacy, when Britain and Japan were in the process of signing an important treaty. That meant that this potentially destabilizing case had to be dealt with swiftly and discreetly. The man had less than a week in total. As I was the chief warder, I oversaw his short stay in the cells until his final hour. I remember being struck deeply by his noble character and incredible resilience. What do you mean exactly? He was a killer of many men, but he was always quiet and polite. He was a gentleman and a man of intellect. In fact, I couldn't bring myself to believe what he'd done, so I asked him one day. Those 5 members of the aristocracy whose lives were taken, were you really responsible? I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. Interesting. He said ending another human's life, yes, but it doesn't state plural. To be fair. The following day, the closed trial took place, and the verdict was no surprise. Guilty. That night, when he was brought back to his cell, I saw something. Something unusual. Something unusual? What? The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. Oh. As I said, it was on the night following his trial, after he'd been found guilty. I was doing the rounds of the cells. When I looked into Asogi's, I noticed that he seemed to have a sheet of paper in his hand. Ah, his last will and testament then, presumably. As soon as he noticed me, he hurriedly shoved it behind his back. But why did you find that so unusual? Isn't it normal for a man to pen a will when he knows his death is nigh? Yes, that's true. But there are special conditions to Asogi's incarceration, you see. What sort of conditions? Well, even though he was held in a cell designed for condemned inmates, he was allowed to keep his personal effects with him, with one exception. Really? He was allowed his things? That is unusual, certainly. Of course, he'd been convicted of killing 5 members of the aristocracy. But at the same time, he was a guest in our country from the Empire of Japan. The powers that be were determined that his final days shouldn't be needlessly uncomfortable. And what was the exception you mentioned to the personal effects he was allowed? That's the point. He wasn't permitted to have writing materials. Specifically, no pens or paper. So, he was prevented from leaving any written record of what had happened to him. Yes, that was the long and the short of it. I have no idea where he obtained that paper. Any writing materials would have been confiscated from him upon his incarceration. As I said, he had the paper behind his back, and then he pleaded with me. What did you just hide behind your back? Please, please turn a blind eye. This is my lifeline. But, you know it's against the rules. You're the only person who's seen. If you just agree to keep quiet. Alright then. But what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. How can a will be a weapon? So I decided to pretend I'd seen nothing, and I let him keep his will. But then later, it just seemed to vanish without trace. What? What do you mean it vanished? It would seem that that isn't the end of the story of this mysterious will. Can't read. Jesus Christ. I was the only person who saw Asogi's will, but somehow it disappeared. It was after Asogi's execution, which was actually an elaborate jailbreak. The warders gathered up Asogi's possessions that were in his cell. They were all to be sent back to his family home in Japan, you see. It's poor Kazuma-sama. And you're saying that it wasn't anywhere to be found among his personal effects. The will, I mean. That's right, though I didn't search through them myself. But Governor Kaden was livid. He was screaming. It couldn't have disappeared completely. That doesn't quite make sense, though, does it? In what way? Well, we'd understood that only Mr. Vigil was aware of the will's existence. In which case, how did the prison governor know where to look for it? Oh, yes, you're right. I really don't know how he knew. It certainly seemed as though he knew of the will's existence from the outset. Only he didn't refer to it as a will. What he said was... the Asogi's papers. The Asogi papers? I really can't tell you anything of the subsequent events. Because, well, of what happened. Your dismissal, and the way you blocked it all from your memory. I'd forgotten all this until today. I don't suppose it's relevant to the case, though. Well, anyway, thank you very much for sharing it with us, Mr. Vigil. We're very grateful. Holy, there's so much surrounding this. I'm afraid there's really little more I can tell you. My wife Evie will be here shortly, so I do hope I don't appear rude, but... No, not at all. Thank you again. But what would become of you now? Well, impersonating a police officer is a criminal offense, of course. I imagine that once I'm fully recovered, I shall be arrested. I'm so sorry. Don't be, please. This was all my own doing. I always knew that this day would come. Well, I wish you well. Goodbye, Mr. Vigil. Before you go, there's just one thing. Oh, yes? What is it? The Asogi papers. I'd be very grateful if you make no mention of the things I told you about them. Presumably for some good reason? It's my understanding that their very existence is a closely guarded secret. It became known that I remembered. Well, it can be rather troublesome, I think. I understand. I'll expose it immediately. Some sort of will that Genshin Asogi penned just before his death, which the man himself claimed was his last weapon. I wonder, perhaps it had something to do with his plan to escape. If there's anyone who might know more about a document that Kazuma's father left behind, it would be Mr. Vigil's governor. Then we know precisely where we must go. Back to Barclay Prison. You got it rough, my guy. Oh, whoops. Well, I wanted to back out anyway so I could save. Alright, let's get moving. Hey, we get to see the bird, though, hopefully. Oh, back again, are you? Yes, hello. I heard all about your investigations. Read the report just now. You found him, eh? Vigil. Yes, luckily. Well, anywho, Glad he doesn't work here no more. So your case is now to do with Barclay. I wouldn't I like you to get the wrong idea about that. Of course, yes. Mr. Vigil stopped working here 10 years ago now, so... Yes, we've seen his dismissal notice, haven't we? He was given the chop. Aye, Kimmer. You can very well. So, how about a wee handcuff biscuit? Ooh, they really are like little handcuffs. And as hard as irons, too. So, what's brought you doing here today? Well, there's something else we'd like to ask you about, actually. Is that so? We believe there might have been a document that disappeared from Genshin Asogi's cell. Think it's been called the Asogi Papers or something? Then I'll say, Gregson's death is naught to do with things that might have happened at Barclay. Leave the past in the past, laddie. Let's not fool about with irrelevant details. His expressions changed completely. Also, once again, don't know if the accent's right, but I'm doing it. We're clearly onto something here. Can I see the bird, please? Yes! I never have expected to find a parrot in a prison. Must be the governor's pet. Given where we are, it's hard not to see the poor creature as a prisoner. Nemio, it'll kill me. Ah! Has the bird learned to mimic the plaintive cries of the inmates in the cells? Ugh, no. He was one of 3 siblings, you see. And he still calls out the names of his 2 brothers like that all the time. Right. Nemio, did it kill me? Ah? Aye, I hear you, laddie. You want your dinner, eh? Gonna do it? Ten-year-old legacy. That murderer's botched execution, and the whole miserable escape. Your Barclay's darkest hour, aye. A shocking embarrassment. Because the convict had a collaborator on the prison staff, you mean? Aye, for shame. The coroner who confirmed the death of the man after his execution, Courtney Scythe. And my chief warder at the time, Vigil, who was in charge of the whole affair. But Mr. Vigil says he didn't know anything about it. The rascal wanted to say otherwise, eh? More handcuffs. Oh, how could I say no? You can never have too much iron in your diet. When Mr. Vigil was handed his dismissal notice as a result of what had happened, he was so despairing, he jumped out of your office window, didn't he? I don't like to say, but that's just Vigil trying to get out of it. Do you not think he wouldn't have jumped for the shock of his crimes being exposed, eh? I do. You wouldn't have said otherwise, would you? Of course, I could have shown all the responsibility myself. I shouldn't have let him deceive me. Actually, there's barely anybody that kens what went on at the time now. With Gregson having been murdered, and Dr. Scythe forbidden from having any visitors. No visitors? Someone obviously doesn't want her giving anything away. Well, we're not going home empty-handed. And I wanted to dream of sending you packing without Kimmer. Here, take a handcuff or 2. Oh, would it be rude to say no? Wouldn't want to become anemic. I suppose, if there's anybody who might still ken about what happened back then, it'd be that last from the forensic division, Maria Gory. Hey, finally, the corner. Or Maria Gory. Aye, Scythe's daughter. She didn't have no more, just the one. But the weird bairns followed in her mom's footsteps. You didn't ever see her without a scalpel in her hand. Ah, that's right, we met her before. Mama, what is this? Ah, where did she spring from? And what did she just call the doctor? Mama? Dr. Scythe's daughter, Maria Gory. You could do with talking to her. So, she's Dr. Scythe's daughter, but her surname is Gory? Aye, it's a family history, I'm sure, but I didn't ken the ins and outs of it. She grew up watching her mem working with the bodies of the folk who died in strange circumstances, and decided to do the same with her own life. How could I understand it myself? Perhaps she was driven by a deep respect for her mother. Perhaps. Anywho, she was in charge of Gregson's autopsy, I believe. Right, and the coroner responsible for this incomplete report. Someone told me once that the wee lassie always loved her mom's story about cutting up bodies. There's even a rumor that she used to listen to the funeral march as a lullaby. Well then, perhaps her mother might have told her about the autopsy for the case 10 years ago. Aye, I say there's a fighting chance at least. After all, that was a life-changing case for all of us. We really need to speak to Miss Gory herself about this, I think. Well, thank you very much. I'm no happy about any part of this. It took years for Londoners to finally forget the whole professor business. Can you not give up on this, laddie? Stop asking pointless questions. I'm sorry. I don't like dredging up these painful memories for everyone. Can you just stay away, no? Leave me alone and then I'll come back here, eh? No, I gotta ask you about the papers that, Vigil told me explicitly not to mention. That's it. How do you come to ken about that, laddie? There's no many folk even here in the prison who've heard of those papers. Well, I can't tell them that Mr. Vigil told me. I'm afraid our sources must remain confidential, sir. You've been led to believe that the papers are actually a last will and testament. Is that right? The professor's, or rather, Genshin Asogi's. Aye, that's right. We will inform Jimmy. Oh, is that the end of the silent treatment? But then after the convict's execution, it mysteriously vanished from his cell, didn't it? Heavens no. You're off at half cock there. I think you didn't quite get your facts straight. It was there in the cell, exactly where it should have been. Oh? Not what we heard elsewhere. Let me just have a wee hulk around here. I'm sure I can find it. Aye, here you are. See? The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi, written with a calligraphy brush. Of course, I cannot read a word of those Japanese squiggles. But I mind it says he leaves all his worldly possessions to his son back in his homeland. Excuse me. Yes, that's correct. That's the gist of it. So these are the Asogi papers? Aye, of course they are. Papers written by Asogi. No doubt about it. There's no mystery here, laddie. That's your lot. After all the stramash of that slicer of an execution, we sent the man's possessions back to his clan in Japan. And that was the end of it. I think we ought to make a record of this, Mr. Naruhodo, just in case. Well, or you even tell me anything. I, Genshin Asogi, hereby request upon my death, any and all material possessions or wealth belonging to me in London be delivered to my son, Kazuma Asogi, Empire of Japan. Deep sadness, I accept my fate in this foreign land and the knowledge I will never see my homeland or family again, but I regret nothing about my chosen path. One thing before you go on your way, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes? Those papers are naught to do with Gregson's death. I prefer if you didn't make no mention of them outside this office. Or rather, I would just prefer it. Consider it an order from the highest levels of our government. I understand. I'm gonna tell everybody, and you can't stop me. Oh, can you, like, move? No, it's just the one screen. Alright. How do I get to... What's it called? Maria. I was gonna say Mariah again. It's like, it's not fucking Mariah, it's Maria. Oh, well, guess we go to Fresno Street for now. Anything new here? No. Alright, good to know. Let's try to see Strongheart. The probable mastermind behind everything. Oh, hey. No arguments, Prosecutor Asogi. You will continue with the trial exactly as I instructed. Is that clear? perfectly. It's Kazuma-sama. Defying Lord Strongheart by the sound of it, he never did know when to back down. On your way now, Asogi. My lord. Kazuma. Okay, bye. He left without saying a word. Yes. What are you doing here? Oh, well, I was just hoping to ask you a few questions if you wouldn't mind. Wanted Van Zeek's trial concluded today. Prosecutor Asogi's unwelcome inquiries are going to make it longer than necessary. Unwelcome inquiries? As a result, I'm losing even more precious time. Currently 2 hours, 55 minutes, and 41 seconds. 42, 43. And we must resolve everything before 3 hours have passed, Mr. Naruhodo. In a miraculous not even 5 minutes? Anyway, I can't let the man's obvious bad mood put me off. I need information. Alright. The Reaper. Does Prosecutor Asogi believe that Lord Van Zieks is the Reaper? I wouldn't know. It was 10 years ago, in that fateful closed trial, that Lord Van Zieks made a name for himself among the judiciary. But the next trial he fought, he lost. It meant the ringleader of a criminal organization was acquitted, thanks to all the jurors being under duress. But that's awful. The man's freedom was short-lived. He lasted just 3 days. Yes, let me see. He died in a rock slide at his place of work, I believe. Correct. That was the inauguration of the Reaper of the Bailey. And people believe Lord Van Zieks was responsible? He was brought to trial himself, but it was shown to have been an accident. So he must have had a solid alibi then. Nevertheless, the mysterious deaths continued. In total, 16 persons perished in unusual circumstances, ostensibly at the hand of the Reaper. That's a long run of coincidences. Well, the Reaper's true identity may well be revealed by this trial. And the impact that revelation would have on the British public cannot be understated. Is that why it's a closed trial? Precisely. This country hasn't seen a closed trial for 10 years. So the last one was the Professor's. The trial of Genshin Asogi? Correct. Actually, we heard that originally you were going to prosecute that trial yourself, Lord Strongheart. Van Zieks entreated me to relinquish the prosecution to him, that he might avenge his brother's death. And here we are 10 years later. With the son of the man Van Zieks had condemned now looking to avenge his father's death the same way. They do say what goes around comes around. However, it would seem that the new young prosecutor is harboring some ulterior motive as well. Kazuma is? I like my organization to run smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribe. As with the giant clock in here, I won't tolerate a single cog being out of step with the others. Ah, so that's what all these gears are about in here. If the young man refuses to mesh with the other parts of my great machine, I will be forced to take steps. What? What do you mean? Not something with which you need to concern yourself. In any case, all your questions will be answered tomorrow. I hope so. Fuck if I know anything. Now, shall I have to ask you to excuse me? As of this moment, I've been delayed from attending my next meeting by precisely 3 hours. Oh my, that is a long time. And I hold you entirely responsible. Even though we miraculously managed to fit everything in not even 5 minutes. I wonder if you might agree to us, talking with Prosecutor Asogi. Discussions between the defense and the prosecution outside the courtroom are generally frowned upon. However, I will make an exception in this case. Now go. You can find him in his office. Oh, thank you. Let's go to see him at once, Mr. Naruhodo. Kazuma's my best friend in the world, but I'm really not at all sure I know how to talk to him at the moment. Prosecutor's office. Well, let's go. Hey, it was good, Kazuma. Where are you at? So, this is the office of Prosecutor Asogi now, is it? Kazuma-sama is doing so well for himself. Even though he's always forced to kneel on the floor, Japanese style, in that dark corner. It's his habit to sit Seiza style whenever he's working. Kazuma. I thought it would be long before you paid me a visit, Ryunosuke. I was right about what I said, wasn't I? Sorry? You have all the makings of a great defense lawyer. Well, I always believed that you'd fulfill your dream of advocating in British courts. I just never imagined for 1 second that it would be as a prosecutor. Seeing you stand in a foreign courtroom, so gallantly realizing your dream, Kazuma-sama, I'm truly happy for you. And I'm truly thankful to you, Judicial Assistant Mikotoba. Ryunosuke, I always thought it would be fun for you and I to shake up the British legal system a little together. This isn't quite how I envisaged it, but I suppose it's just another twist of fate. I've learned a lot of things during my time in London. About how Susato-san's father was himself a visiting student here once, along with Judge Jigoku. And what will happen with your father. Then you'll have no difficulty understanding why I had no choice, why I had to find a way to get to Britain as a visiting student myself. I want to hear it from you, Kazuma. As you wish, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Hell yeah, let me talk to you. Your disappearance. It's getting on for a year now, since what happened on the SS Buria. I keep forgetting that case was like an entirely different fucking game. That was literally just a whole separate game. It's not even like this one. We were heading across the oceans from Japan to Great Britain. When a bizarre series of coincidences led to those tragic events. I thought I lost my best friend forever. I must have been unconscious for a long time. When I awoke, I was lying on a bed. It was a narrow little room. There was a posy of flowers by the pillow. It took me a little while to realize that I was in the cabin of a ship. I slipped out of the room and headed up onto the deck. Were you already suffering from amnesia at that point? Yes. I didn't know what had happened or where I was. It was just this voice in my head. You have something you have to do. Something no one else can know about. Go to Great Britain. Your task awaits you there. It was a calling I couldn't ignore. It compelled me relentlessly. Out on deck, I saw that I was on a huge steamship. We were docked in a large port. It must have been Hong Kong. Yes, it must have been. Presumably just before they were due to carry your body off the ship. I had no idea of the situation, but I did have the feeling that this was in some way my last chance. So I concealed myself among the disembarking passengers and went ashore. And I disappeared into the crowded streets of that foreign port city. So I can plan my onward journey to Great Britain. Yeah, how did you do that? That's pretty impressive, like in a foreign country and everything. Just under a year ago, with all my past memories lost to me, I was left behind in Hong Kong. Everything was foreign to me. The sights, the sounds, the smells. My head reeled. I was truly at a loss. I realize now that I had escaped as a dead man, with nothing but the clothes on my back. No money, of course. Oh, how terrifying for you. Luckily, though, I had 2 feathers in my cap. One being your knowledge of English, I suppose. That's right. And on the back of that, I was able to pick up some work as a deckhand on a cargo ship. Eventually, after calling at countless ports, I finally arrived at Dover. That must have been some 3 months ago now. Your formidable tenacity of purpose showing itself again. I mean, the man had lost his memory, had literally nothing to his name, but he still managed to make his way to London on the opposite side of the world. Of course, I had no idea why I'd move heaven and earth to get here at that point. So, how did you end up becoming Lord Van Ziek's apprentice then? That can only be called an extraordinary stroke of luck, really. You see, I was stopped at the border because I had no papers. They took me straight to Scotland Yard. By sheer coincidence, Lord Strongheart was there to attend a meeting. That's when the second feather in my cap came into play. Would that have been your knowledge of the law? Yes, exactly. Lord Strongheart was curious about an Easterner with intimate knowledge of British law. He took me back with him to the Supreme Court and assigned me to the prosecutor's office. And then, 9 days ago, you finally got your memory back after the trial involving Drummer. Yes, I did. Jesus Christ, dude. Ever since I first met you at Yume, you talked about your dream. Mark my words, Ryunosuke. I'll be chosen as a visiting student and make my way to Great Britain someday. Did you know the entire time about what happened to your father here? 16 years ago. When my father left on that exciting trip to Great Britain, I was just a boy. We took a photograph together the day before his departure. It's my last memory of him. But what I remember most about my father is his unswerving sense of justice. 6 years after he left, a gentleman called at our family home. He told me that Genshin, my father, had been taken ill in England and passed away. It was Professor Mikotoba, your father, Susanoo-san. Oh my. Ever since then, the professor was very good to me. He even helped to fund my university education at Yume. I'll be forever in his debt. But nevertheless, I just couldn't bring myself to believe what he told me. Oh. Then one day, a letter arrived at our house from Britain. There was no indication of the sender, so I opened it assuming it was from an old acquaintance of my father. What I read in that letter changed my entire life. What did it say? It said that my father had been a mass murderer, and the writer cursed the Asogi name. Oh no! As a result of that letter, I found out what had been hidden from me all those years. Matter of fact, before I finish all this... Kazuma, what do you make of this? Uh-oh. So he doesn't want to read the last possible will, huh? Alright. Fine. Presumably the letter was sent from a relative of one of the victims. Whoever it was had been a member of the judiciary. He could have been present at the closed trial. The letter revealed that my father had been sentenced to death, executed for being a killer. I'm so sorry you had to find out that way. I imagine the British government did its very best to silence whoever sent that letter. But someone who knew the truth and couldn't bear the resentment was always going to be a problem. But still, it could have been written by anyone. Why would you believe such a thing? There was a newspaper cutting included with the letter. It was the first I'd ever heard of the professor and his terrible killing spree. Well, what did my father have to say about the letter? I couldn't bring myself to show it to him. What? Why not? Because he deliberately concealed the truth from me by telling me my father was taken by a fatal illness. That couldn't have been easy for him, and he done it out of consideration for my feelings. So instead, I showed the letter to Judge Jigoku. Ah, to the other visiting student. He faltered for the briefest of moments, but then he just laughed the letter off. But in that moment, I saw it on his face. was undeniably shocked, shaken momentarily before recovering his poise. A year later, my bereaved mother succumbed to the strain of grief, and she too passed away. Jesus Christ, he lost both his parents. That's when I made up my mind that one day, without fail, I would cross the seas to Britain and seek the truth for myself. The truth about my father, Genshin Isogi. And I wouldn't let anyone stand in my way. Oh, Kazuma-sama. What we learned today in court turned things completely on their head. It was an impressive piece of lawyering, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Lord Van Zieks isn't the Reaper, you know. I almost don't want to believe it myself, but it turns out that Inspector Gregson himself, the victim, was. It's clear that the Inspector was behind the Reaper's activity all along. What? You mean you knew? The real question is, who's been giving orders to the Inspector? Yes, Barack Van Zieks is the real Reaper. And I know that 10 years ago, it was him who decided my father must be a mass murderer and sent him to his grave. No, he was merely saying that justice was done as the law dictates. He's not to blame. Ultimately, it's people who condemn people. The law's just a tool that they use to do it. And when a man condemns another, he must take responsibility for his actions. Of course he must. But I know for certain that my father would never have taken another man's life. Kazuma. On the contrary, my father's life was taken by the Reaper. I feel like we're not done here. Now can I present the papers? No. I'm gonna try presenting relevant evidence to see if he makes any note of it. Gregson's photograph? I mean, to be fair, he should have the same pieces of evidence, right? But still. Hey, my armband. Yeah, let's go! Kazuma, this is your armband. Actually, I think it's yours now. Sorry? You're the defense lawyer. You have a talent for it. I've always known that you would. And now you've chosen to take that path in life. As your friend, I couldn't be happier for you. Or more proud. Kazuma. So you keep hold of that. Besides, I'm a prosecutor now. An armband would have no meaning for me. Well, if you're sure. Thank you, my friend. Interesting. Nothing there. I wonder... Oh, perfect. This came over the trial, didn't it? As something a little dubious, I mean. The fact that no time of death was recorded on Inspector Gregson's autopsy report. Yes, there were some unexpected turns at the courtroom earlier. The suggestion you came up with certainly took everyone by surprise. The idea that the victim died the previous day at some other location is quite something. Excuse me. Well, considering when the pocket watch had stopped and the scorch marks on that candle, it certainly does a distinct possibility. The evidence of the scene both point to it. To be honest, it bothered me too. So I paid a visit to the autopsy room earlier. The coroner responsible wasn't there, but I got a name. It's Dr. Gory. If it wouldn't trouble you, Kazuma-sama, we'd very much like to speak with the coroner too. Of course. The last thing I want is for anything to be brushed under the carpet. Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory. The laboratory is behind Lowgate Cemetery. Lowgate set by Barclay Prison, you mean? Ah, you know it, do you? The prison where my father was incarcerated and robbed of his life. Kazuma-sama. Well, thank you. We'll pay a visit to the laboratory later today. By later today, like right now. Ryunosuke, I want to thank you. What for? For this. You safeguarded the soul of the Asogi clan. Well, it is a famous sword that's been in your family for generations. My only slight regret is that I never got the chance to draw it before I returned it to you. Karuma is said to have been forged by a master swordsmith during the Sengoku Warring States period. I come from a long lineage of warriors, many of whom were expert swordsmen. Well then, you're a chip off the old block, I'd say. This blade, Karuma, is the symbol of the Asogi clan's honor and might. Apparently, one of my father's apprentices even took the blade's name for a surname. Really? Karuma. Does sound formidable, that's for sure. 16 years ago, when my father was a visiting student here in London, he had the sword forever at his side. Which is why it means so much to me that I have it by my side again now, too. And that, it's all thanks to you. It was an honor. Hell yeah. God, Kazuma's so cool. Now, I have preparations to make for tomorrow. Perhaps I have said a little too much. Kazuma, you've changed. No, Funosuke, I haven't changed at all. It's you who's changed. I can completely understand your resentment of Lord Van Zieks given what happened. But the fact is, those events in this case are, well, unrelated? Is that what you want to say? How can you be so sure? What do you mean? Never mind. That man is the Reaper. It's for that reason that the inspector was killed. I'm going to prove as much in court tomorrow, by whatever means necessary. I can't let you do that, Kazuma. I know you'll do what you have to as a lawyer, but I'm sure I don't need to tell you that I won't be taking any prisoners in the courtroom. I would expect nothing less. Until tomorrow, then, in the Old Bailey. Alright, I'm gonna save. It's been a while. But, yeah. So, once again, this is the 4th case. Whoops, went to click move. Who the fuck's gonna die in the 5th case? Oh. It's a little more colorful than last time. 2nd November, Forensic Laboratory. Laboratory, whatever. This place really is creepy, isn't it? Well, being a dead room, it's probably full of the spirits of the dissected. But actually, there's a rather pleasing scent of roses in the air. Well, being a dead room, the coroner probably needs a bold scent like that to mask the odor of death. Iris, do you think we could change the subject? What? What was that? Ah, Dr. Gory? What? That noise before. I was sharpening my tools. I'd be dead meat if I didn't keep a perfectly keen edge on them. Right. When following the collagen fibers in the dermis, an expertly sharpened scalpel cuts like cheese. Would you like a demonstration? Oh, yes please. I'd love to see. Then, I think you'll do nicely. Huh? No, I want to do nicely at all. I mean, maybe some other time. Is that a tut? Well, came here to ask questions, so... Time of death. We have actually met before. I'm a lawyer, if you remember. You're not dead yet. What? Sumama said I wasn't to cut you open. She's so strict about things like that. Well, good. Dr. Scythe has some scruples, at least. Oh dear. It looks like she's not interested in talking to us. For the time being, anyway. For the time being? You mean, until we die? I hope that's way off. Sorry, but I wasn't planning on dying anytime soon. Surely there's some less drastic way of making her listen. So we just present the autopsy report? Dr. Gory, we actually came to ask you about this. He was very good. Good? Sorry? His skin didn't snag at my blade once, and very little mess. His joints dislocated easily, and his muscle tissue was a pleasure to work with. Well, we can skip those details. But there is one thing about the report that's caught my attention. You don't seem to have recorded the time of death. Hello? Hey, Maria. Hold on. Hold on. Fuck. Never mind. Retracting statement. Nope. Never mind. That's not my fault. Oh. That made me jump. And then please, tell us what happened. So, why doesn't this autopsy report include the victim's time of death then? It's really the most crucial detail. I was told not to write it. What? By whom? Mel Strongheart, the Lord Chief Justice. He came here. Lord Strongheart came? He said that from the witness statements about the gunshot and the other evidence, it was obvious. The man clearly died at 5 p.m. on 1st November, when the gunshot was heard. But that's not the time of death you wrote in the report. You didn't write anything. Was there some reason you didn't include it? Dr. Gory, you're hiding something under Lord Strongheart's instructions. And then sooner or later, you're going to go the same way as your mother. Give it here, then. Hmm? What's she scribbling so furiously? There. You've written... What? What's she written? Tell us. Indeterminate. But... Hey, you want to explain? What do you mean by that? Why was the time of death indeterminate? When the specimen was brought in, it was still fresh. The time of death could have easily have coincided with the gunshot was heard. But there was one small discrepancy. What discrepancy? There was some fried fish in the pocket of the specimen's overcoat. And that fish had started to rot. What? If the victim liked fried fish, he presumably liked to eat it before it went off. Well, yes. What are you really trying to say? It's possible that someone tried to manipulate the apparent time of death. Manipulate the... Is that even possible to do? Theoretically, if you were to chill the body in ice, you could delay the onset of putrefaction. And if the overcoat wasn't on the body at the time, then only the fish would have started to rot. With today's science, it's not yet possible to determine if the body was chilled or not. But today's science is advanced enough to let you freeze a corpse, it seems. But surely, to chill a corpse like that would require an enormous electrical refrigerator. And I don't imagine many households in London are equipped with such a device. No, definitely not. But maybe in a factory? Or some other special places? I don't recall seeing any factories or such like on Fresno Street, though. I wonder if the inspector's body had been chilled somehow. What might the actual time of death have been? I couldn't say for sure. But at the most, it might have been a day earlier. No! In other words, it would corroborate your previous deduction, Mr. Naruhodo. That Inspector Gregson was killed the day before his body was discovered, at a different location. Did you inform Lord Strongheart of this possibility? He simply said that there were no electrical refrigerators of that size in the vicinity. Oh yes, one other thing. It's something the governor of Barclay Prison told us. He said that your mother, Dr. Scythe, was responsible for confirming the death of the professor after his execution. The professor. Apparently, you always enjoyed listening to your mother's stories about her work, so we were wondering if you might know something about what happened 10 years ago. That's not all Mama did. Sorry? My Mama carried out the autopsy of Clinton Van Zeeks as well. Oh. What? Really? The brother of Lord Van Zeeks? The professor's final victim. The idea of carrying out an autopsy on a member of the aristocracy was completely unthinkable back then. But the detective in charge of the investigation insisted, and it was miraculously authorized. That detective being Inspector Gregson, of course. Quite an accomplishment for one man. That autopsy provided the vital clue needed to arrest the killer. And Mama was there for that historic event. What does all this mean? You know, an amazing autopsy happened right here in this very room. The professor and Clint Van Zieks. They both spent their final moments before their burial on that dissection table there. So this lab, Mama's lab, was instrumental in some of the country's most important events. She really is proud of her mother. Wonder if you tell us more about exactly what happened back then, Dr. Rory. Confirmation of death. The professor's execution was Mama's first big case. She had to be in attendance at Barclay's prison execution chamber and signed the certificate to confirm the convict's death. Mama's the best coroner in the world, you know. I was so proud of her. But the execution didn't actually take place. No. And worse still, Mama actually helped with the jailbreak. I didn't want to know. Oh dear. You found out recently, you mean? I believed in her and Mama, but now I wonder if I'm starting down the same path as her. You mean because you omitted the time of death on this autopsy report? But that's because Lord Strongheart forbade you from including it. Just like Mama. I'm sure she was coerced by somebody too. Yes, that's my feeling as well. There's no doubt that there were powerful forces at play 10 years ago. The execution couldn't have been staged without a lot of people at the prison knowing about it. Obviously, the prison governor must have been in on it as well. The big man with the little handcuffs? According to what he told us, he was tricked by the chief warder. He says he knew nothing about it. Of course he said that. I'd say the same thing. Just who's behind that jailbreak all those years ago? Everything is pointing to Clint being the fucking Christ Almighty, the professor, and that fucking Asogi was actually innocent, but they didn't want it to be a London person, so they made it to be Japanese, so that way they could keep it under wraps because of the whole Japanese treaty with Britain. That's currently where I'm going with it. You mentioned the autopsy of Clint Van Zieks. It was at a time when carrying out autopsies of murder victims was very unusual. It's still not a practice that's observed in our country, even now. It turned out that he was the professor's final victim. When the autopsy was performed, Mama was present, although only as a secondary assistant. The person leading the procedure was called Dr. John H. Wilson. Oh my god. That's right, my daddy. And there was one other person present, the primary assistant. He was a visiting student from the Far East. Wait, a visiting student? It must have been my father, Yuji Mikotoba. I had no idea Professor Mikotoba had been involved in something so important. But the outcome of that historic autopsy was the discovery of a vital piece of evidence that led to the capture of the professor. So that's how they came to identify Genshin Asogi as the infamous mass murderer. We happen to know anything about that piece of evidence. Can you tell us any more? Would you like to see the records for yourself? What? Would that be alright? What's the point of keeping records if people can't look at them? They're filed under V at the back of those cupboards, with the other records from the last decade. Thank you. Alright, Gory. She's pretty great. Let's see. Van Zieks. Van Zieks. That's strange. What, Mr. Naruto? They're missing, aren't they? They aren't here. There's nothing under Van Zieks. There must be. Perhaps somebody took them away? No. No one's allowed to take documents related to the professor case out of this room. But you're right. They're gone. Well, when was the last time somebody looked at them? Do you remember? It was... Oh yes, I remember now. It was 2 years ago. A consulting detective came one day, saying that he'd like to see the records. No, you don't mean... Herlock Sholmes was his name. Deep down, I knew that was coming. Do you think he stole the records? Oh no, surely not. Iris, that can't be right, can it? Iris? Is fucking Sholmes part of the Reaper? Like, I said that, I think I mentioned it earlier, like, as a theory. This thing is fucking huge. Rino, I hope you don't mind, but... What is it, Iris? I've just remembered something very important that I have to do. I'm going to have to leave you now. Oh, this is very sudden, Iris. Well, we'll come with you then. Oh no, no, there's no need. You and Runo can take your time here. Bye for now then. Good luck. Wait a minute, little girl. Me? I remember now. You've been here before, haven't you? Have you, Iris? Yes, 2 years ago, when that detective came. You were with him, weren't you? You were a living specimen then, too. That's the way it usually works, yes. What was I? I really don't remember. Anyway, sorry, but I must dash. Wait, Iris. I'll brew up a pot for you when you get home. What's the matter with her? She's behaving really strangely all of a sudden. Well, in that case, we won't keep you any longer either. It's been quite a while since I had any visitors. This was really fun. But next time you come, I'd prefer if you were ready for dissection. I can't make any promises, sorry. It's a bit strange that the records of Clint Van Zeek's autopsy have disappeared, but I think we've asked all we came to ask now. God, it feels like literally everybody in this entire fucking city is it. Like every fucking character is in on it except for us two. Hell, probably Susanoo-san's in on it too. Literally just Ryunosuke is the only person who doesn't know anything. That's how it feels. Well, at this point, I guess we go to Sholmes' suite, right? Talk to Iris and see what the fuck she's about. Is what I would say. But she's not here. Are you up one? Oh. Oh, never mind. What to do? Yeah, okay. Iris, you here? Hiding? No. Been to the office, been to the governor's office, been to the prison, been to the laboratory, yeah. The only thing I can think of is going back to Mikotoba, but I think he left, right? Oh, I can't even examine. Yeah, so he's gone. These two don't do anything. Maybe Caden, because we just finished speaking with, nope. Never mind. Then Van Zeeks is the only person left with all the information we have now. Fresno Street room. Aha, more stuff. Well, I mean, I see the bag there, but... Police are still busily investigating this in here, then. But Gina's nowhere to be seen. Where is she? Yes, it has been blissfully quiet, hasn't it? Perhaps she's out investigating on her own, practicing what her boss taught her. Well, I expect she'll be back before too long. Shall we wait? Actually, there's something different about this room since the last time we were here, isn't there? We could always use the time to investigate more thoroughly. Whoops, didn't want to click move. Is this door broken? Well, it is broken, but, like, was that broken before? But since I can't examine it, I would assume so. This little trunk wasn't here before, was it? Oh, it appears to be made of metal. It must be very heavy. I wonder to whom it belongs. There are some initials on the outside. Look. TG. Oh, Tobias Gregson, I would assume. But before I assume that... Is there anyone else with the initials TG? No. Got it. Let's ask one of the policemen if they know how it came to be here. Oi, what do you think you're doing? Hello, Gina. That's my trunk, that is. And hands off. Gina. What? Where were you hiding? I don't know. You leave something unattended for a few seconds, and every Tom, Dick, and Harry's got his greedy eyes on it. Just a wild guess, Gina, but... What? Spit it out, Otto. Is it fair to say that you've only owned that trunk since this morning's trial? What? What are you trying to say? Come on, this trunk goes with me everywhere. Always has. Where have you been the last year? Probably not to incur your wrath, mainly. Oh. You should hear them talking at the yard now. They should be ashamed of themselves. They're saying that it was the boss who killed all them bludgers. You mean the whole Reaper thing? Yeah. Apparently the boss was investigating stuff that no one else at the yard knew nothing about. Stuff to do with all them criminals what got off scot-free. Yes, the ones prosecuted by Lord Van Zeeks who used bribery and corruption to evade conviction. Well then obviously it was that bloomin' Reaper giving the orders, weren't it? But, why would people be suspecting Inspector Gregson of being involved in the killings? There was a notebook in it in his office. Oh no, this doesn't sound good. It had details about all the crimes that have been pegged as the Reaper's work. What? No. Did you see it, Gina? Did you see that notebook? They wouldn't flamin' let me, because I'm just an apprentice, apparently. But it was me who found it, and he was my boss. That's right. I was pretty miffed about it, so I sneaked a peek at what it said anyway. Oh, that's our Gina. Okay, what if I can say? So, you managed to see what was written in Gregson's secret notebook anyway, did you? The way I see it, it's my right to read what he wrote. And what had he written, Gina? Dates, times, places, names, an whole long list of them. All details about the bludgers supposed to have been done in by the Reaper. But there could be an explanation for that. Perhaps it was a record of the Inspector's investigations into the Reaper's activities. Exactly. That's what I said. That's the first thing you'd think, right? As it happens, it was full of names I recognized anyway. Well, the Reaper's targets were almost exclusively known leaders of London's criminal underworld. Well, yeah, but there was one name right at the end of that was a bit odd. At the end of the list, you mean? I'm pretty sure the date against it was 31st October. Oh, the day before the Inspector was found dead. So, what was the odd name? It weren't like a name I've ever seen before. It was something like, Nah, it's no good. I can't remember it. I don't think it was an English name, put it that way. Oh dear, what a pity. There was something else too. I don't know if it matters, but the same name kept coming up over and over. Shin, it was. Don't suppose it means anything, but... Did you say Shin? Eh? What? It does mean something. Lord Van Zeeks knew the name too. He mentioned her as well. The woman who actually did the deeds. And now we found out her name is appeared in Gregson's secret notebook. We haven't seen you for a little while, have we, Gina? Well, of course not. I've been busy, ain't I? Investigating and that. The lads at the yard are trying to trace the boss's movements the day before it happened. The day before... That would be the undercover investigation into the Red-Headed League, then. Only the boss didn't go, did he? You found some cove what he was pretending to be in, didn't you, Otto? Yes, it was Mr. Vigil who actually went to the park on Lime Street that day, posing as Sir Gregson. Well, anyway, you ain't the only one turning stuff up. I got my own ways of getting results. Hey, he's back. When me and my partner here get together, there's nothing we can't track down. Oh, little Toby. He's such a faithful friend. So, have you tracked anything down then? What do you think, eh? Of course we have. Can't tell you though. Police business, isn't it? Ugh. Anyway, the point is, if you ever need any help, you know who to turn to, right? Me and the Hellhound here. Right. Because he looks oh so hellish, honest. The Hellhound? Gina, about your Hellhound there. Chief Inspector Toby, you mean? He's the pride of the force, he is. In Japanese, police dog means something quite different, and not altogether nice to those involved in crime. But here in Britain, it's a wonderful compliment, it seems, for a canine at least. It should be. After all, in the great exhibition case the other day, it was Toby here who managed to locate Drebber's workshop. Maybe it's time for another demonstration of what this super dog can do, eh? We have something that the Chief Inspector could catch the scent of, I wonder. I would say the wig, but we know that was worn by, what's it called? We know that was worn by Vigil, most likely. The only thing I can think of is the gun. Either the gun or the wig. I'm gonna go with the wig. Well, Chief Inspector Toby, if you wouldn't mind having a sniff of this. He might be a little too keen, don't you think? Chief Inspector made short work of Gina there. Ah, look who he's gone to. Oh my, that trunk clearly still has a very strong scent of Inspector Gregson. In other words, must have belonged to him. Alright, it's a fair cop, I suppose. And you nearly got away with it, too. You always talk so proudly of Chief Inspector Toby's nose and what it could achieve. Did it not cross your mind that he might identify something that was right next to us? Yeah, that was a bit of a bloomer, weren't it? That's enough now then, Gina. Huh? I think it's time you told us the truth about that trunk. I guess that's what I was supposed to do. It weren't like that. It just weren't. What are you talking about? I know what's going on through that head of yours, but that ain't what happened. Alright then, what did happen? Well, like I said before, we were trying to trace the boss's movements. So I let Toby here have a whiff of the boss's overcoat. As soon as I done that, he went off like a shot. Straight to that sandwich. Straight to a sandwich? Another bag of chips? Mr. Naruhodo, I believe Gina means the witness. Oh, I forgot about that sandwich. Yeah, he had to hit it between the wooden boards of the boss's trunk. You mean when they heard the sound like a gunshot and all piled in here? Exactly. He nabbed it from the scene. Goodness. Me and the Chief Inspector gave that sandwich a good grill in it, and you know what he said? I thought it might fetch a good price, but the chap wouldn't be needing it anymore, so... But that's all I did. Oh, would you Adam and Eve the cheek of it, eh? Stealing the dead boss's stuff to flog. So Miss Venus wasn't the only one to meddle with the scene of the crime, then. How could they? So anyway, that's how it happened. And it's a pretty decent trunk, so I figured I might as well make use of it. There's something wrong with that, eh? Well, maybe you and Mr. Sandwich should try to find the answer to that question together. Can we, like, inspect the trunk? See if there's anything important? I think perhaps that trunk should be turned over to the police, don't you? What do you want about? I am the police. Gina, if you wouldn't mind, could you maybe examine it? Yeah, alright then. Do what you want with it. Thank you. We shall make a detailed record of our examination of the evidence. There's the dog. What's the matter with Toby? It doesn't matter. We have a trunk to examine before we get too far off on something stupid. Oh, hey. Look at this dark stain here. Do you think? Yes, I'm afraid so. I think it's blood. I knew you were going to say that, so that presumably means that this was present at the scene when Inspector Gregson was killed. It's the most logical conclusion, yes. To think Gina's been carrying this around with her. If you didn't know any better, I suppose it does look like a grease stain from all the fish and chips. Okay, there's that. Have you seen this huge gash across the side of the trunk here? It's gone right through the leather and into the metal behind. Gosh, for a metal chest like this to have been so badly damaged. Whatever made the gash must have struck the side of the trunk with considerable force. I wonder how it happened. Can we open it? Right here. Let's have a look inside. What's this? Look, there's something inside. Ooh, let's see. It appears to be a passport, authorizing him to travel overseas. Was Inspector Gregson about to go on a trip abroad then? Perhaps the date of departure might tell us something. That was... Oh, what is it? It was for travel on 31st October, just one day before the incident. What? Really? Interesting. Gregson went to France the day before his body was discovered. Interesting. Is that the only thing? Seems like it. Okay. Alright, what's the dog on about? Why is he acting so aggressively towards me all of a sudden? Mr. Naruhodo, be careful. It must be the trunk. Okay. Sick jump scare, I guess. Toby, oi, what are you doing? You're gonna lick his face off. Mr. Naruhodo! Mr. Naruhodo! Gina, quickly, hail a carriage! Am I actually, like, at the hospital? No, no. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, are you alright? Mr. Sato. Ah, conscious again at last. A blessed relief, my dear fellow. After all, to drop dead after a moderate licking by a small terrier. Most unseemly. What is or isn't unseemly is irrelevant here, Mr. Sholmes. I'm so glad there's no lasting damage. How are you feeling? I'm fine, thank you. Did you bring me back here? Ah, what's this on my head? Bandage? Sadly, we had no ice, so that's a compress of sugar water. Sugar water? Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a first aid treatment that my father taught me. Oh, thank you. So, let us take tea when you're feeling up to it. But of course, there's no sugar in the patient's cup. The bump of my head is throbbing sweetly enough, don't worry. Whenever you feel ready, then. Let's save, if anything. Is Iris also here? No. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Sholmes. My dear fellow, think nothing of it. I must say I was quite startled when I heard that you'd been attacked by a dog. For a moment, I feared that infamous murderer of so many had come back from the dead. You mean the professor? Fortunately, I see your prized throat is unscathed. That stiff, turned-up collar of yours obviously afforded some welcome protection. Was I that close to death? All I remember is the dog licking my face over and over and over again. Well, if you wish to avoid such troubles in the future, A little mustard spread on the cheeks should do the trick. I should think that would balance the sweetness of your bandage rather splendidly. Oh, was that it? Alright, I guess we go down. Hey, Iris, you done being weird?
Her mit dem Schwarzbiergebot, Bodend Wien, Feuerberg, den Schlund es mir
Iris, did you kill her fucking dad?
deine Wut.
What on earth is going on here? Am I having a bad dream?
Knacker, ich befahl,
Ah, no. It's an old German folk song. Rather a fine rendition, I think.
den
That's the least of my concerns.
Zweie, es
Iris?
war über deine
Iris? What's the matter?
der dem Scheithold nicht gelobt.
Who's that sprawling, that relaxed gentleman over there? Iris, is she even listening? Excuse me, sir. I do apologize for troubling you whilst you were singing so merrily, but would you be kind enough to explain the situation? Well, that worked. A crooning gentleman and a mute young girl. A rather tantalizing juxtaposition. And one that appears to have incited the gods of deduction within me to find their voices too. Do not start a fucking Shulm special bullshit. Please let me just be done for this. Do not... Why do you need to do this right now? Why right now? Why right now? It's already been 4 hours. I do not need a fucking stupid Shulm spectacular bullshit. Ah, Mr. Sholmes, do you mean? The strains of reasoning within me are playing now as a delightful duet. One melody sings of a reunion full of nostalgia, whilst the other is a morose theme about the great secret you're trying so desperately to conceal, Iris. She turned white as a sheet. So as usual, you've instantly seen to the very heart of the matter. And by the time my own brief performance is over, I feel sure that this gentleman's song will reach its finale. So then, to Musicland, where all its sweetness and delicacy and harmony. Pray, do enjoy Herlock Sholmes' latest logic and reasoning spectacular. We can't just go to the trial. We have to do this. Bro, just walk up and take off the mask. Oh my god. Oh my god. Fine. Let me get a sip of water before I do this bullshit, because I've been reading for a bunch already. Good lord. Firstly, we consider the gentleman's nationality. Clearly, he is a German with no grasp of the English language. As evidenced by the Germanic song he sings and his apparent inability to understand when asked to desist. So, why is the man here at all, and in such apparently high spirits? The answer, of course, Iris, is clearly known to you. Indeed, we need only follow the gaze of those bright young eyes to unravel that particular part of this mystery. The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the herbal tea. You obviously offered our German guest a cup of your latest herbal blend. The tea's delectable flavor has made the man's spirits soar, and resulted in this joyful ditty tumbling incessantly from his lips. I eagerly await sampling the flavor myself, that I may join the fellow in his state of elation. Now, to the next question. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly of the SETI? Oh, whoops. As it happens, a number of years ago now, a certain gentleman of German origin engaged my services in solving a particularly delicate case. He required the retrieval of letters once sent to an acquaintance that might have proved problematic. In order to conceal his noble identity, he also arrived at my office in a mask. The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gottschalk Sigismund von Ormstein. Isn't that like the second time I've heard that name? I forgot who. The King of Germany. Ah. If my memory serves, the mask worn by this gentleman is identical. Yes, there can be no question that mask belongs to the King of Germany. It would appear that His Majesty remembers the fine service I afforded him, and has decided to show his face again, mask and all, in order to express his gratitude. A well-mannered monarch indeed. Wouldn't you agree, my dear fellow? So the identity of this masked visitor is in fact my former client, the King of Germany. Indeed, his son is currently in London as well, enjoying the wonders of the Great Exhibition. Can I just punch Sholmes in the fucking face? See, it's not only the fact that I gotta deal with this bullshit, but now the fact that he's super fucking suspicious about the professor and everything, I just want to punch him in the fucking face. Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable. Yes, you young Iris. Your apparent inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth. Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that knapsack. A £5 note, I believe. I must say, as your compatriot, I'm deeply saddened. It would appear that you've allowed yourself to be bribed into silence by His Royal Highness, earning yourself some spending money in exchange for keeping quiet about the King's secret. And now the final piece of the puzzle. What is the secret you strive to hide with your silence, Iris? Ah, yes. We need only follow that brief involuntary twitch of your eyes to find the answer. You are attempting to abscond with that coffee cup. My favorite coffee cup, in fact. Or should I say, the handle of my favorite coffee cup. It appears that His High-Spirited Highness broke it in the midst of his hijinks. Which leads us to the sad truth. My favorite coffee cup has been broken by the King of Germany. And Iris, you try to conceal it from me. I shall have a bill sent via governmental channels to the German royal family for its replacement. Can I just, like, uppercut him through the fucking ceiling? Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this painful puzzle.
Mit dem Schwarzbiergebot modend Wien Feuerberg.
With your silence as well, the fellow's jovial warbling rather rings in the ears, does it not? Yeah, fucking say, Ryunosuke. Mr. Sholmes. Oh, whoops. I didn't expect that to be so fast. I must say, something does rather trouble me. Pray, Mr. Sato, do tell. His Royal Highness doesn't appear to have moved a muscle since we arrived. Ah. And you haven't said a word either, Iris. Mr. Sholmes has it all right. Might as well own up to it now. Your reasoning isn't entirely without substance, I must admit. And one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. Yet another grievance, Mr. Naruhodo. Surely not. Well, I actually read the story of that case recently, the one you were just describing. And according to that at least, it wasn't the King of Germany, it was the King of Bohemia. Goodness, was it? Yes, that's quite true. Master Gotz, the prince, testified to that in court. That's where I heard it from. In his words, I've come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia. I would ask you to keep that minor error to yourselves. It could easily become quite a scandal. I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, that it's our turn to make some corrections to a number of minor errors that may have slipped in. Yes, even Mr. Sholmes is willing to admit he might be slightly wide of the mark this time. Although it's clear that Iris is definitely hiding something. We need to find out the truth behind this mysterious scene. But one truth is incontrovertible. My favorite coffee cup is no more. So, shall we embark again on a joint presentation of Herlock Sholmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular? I wish I didn't have to, but yes. Boy, oh boy. Yeah. Let's just get to the point. So what? It's some mix of herbs that give you the urge to sing? Goodness, I should like to try some. And I like to hear you singing, but this man, just how long does he intend to keep up with that tune, do you suppose? As I said, he's been stuck still the entire time, and if you look closely, his lips aren't moving either. Ah, so I'm not sure what's actually responsible for the spirited singing, but I suspect the answer lies at the end of Iris's gaze. Oh, is it not just, like, the fucking gramophone?
Take that!
The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the gramophone. Indeed, no well-bred gentleman would break into an obscure folk song when making a social call. In other words, this gentleman isn't singing at all. In fact, it would appear that the fellow is unconscious. Ah, music seems to have stopped now. I ask you, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Why would I have purchased a recording of that gibberish? How should I know? Well, never mind. On with the deduction. Who exactly? Alright, now we're back to this. Yeah. Although we already established that it was actually the King of Bohemia, it seems Mr. Sholmes intends to persist with his Germany theory for some reason. Come to think of it, the young prince was wearing a mask as well, wasn't he? Master Kotz, the boy who you had in tears? Don't remind me, or anyone else. Do you suppose all members of the aristocracy of mainland Europe wear masks? I'm sure they do. Well, probably anyway. The point is, that mask doesn't belong to any king. No, that's right, as we well know. Because we can identify the true owner of this mask. I mean, it's Mikotoba, but the owner of the mask is, Kazuma, technically. So the mask belongs to Kazuma.
Take that!
Yes, there can be no question. That mask belongs to Kazuma Asugi. In other words, my memory is sublimely unreliable. Only you could try to make that sound positive. Kazuma's mask has been languishing on this metal chest for several days. Though that doesn't explain why the gentleman is wearing it now. But it is now a simple matter to determine our guest's true identity. After all, the gentleman is unconscious. We need only excuse ourselves in advance, gently lift the mask, and peer beneath it. I don't believe it. Ah! Father! I'm afraid, Mr. Sato, you must be... No, I think not, Mr. Sholmes. Then it would appear our logic and reasoning has once again revealed the truth. This mysterious visitor is my unconscious father, Yujin Mikotoba. Logic and reasoning? Or just looking and saying? Hey, like, would you not want to check if your, like, father's alright and not, like, dead? You want to, like, just check his pulse real quick? Alright, the imponderable. I'm just saying, when you find your father fucking passed out and unconscious, it kind of fucking scares you. Like it did to me for the first time ever, and I was like, oh, time fucking slows down. So that's a £5 note poking out from Iris's knapsack, is it? Oh dear, I can't be sure. Most money that we encounter is in coin form. I know. Not even sure if we've seen any banknotes here in Britain at all, have we? But anyway, Father would never have paid money for Iris's silence. He certainly seems like the silent type himself, though, judging by his present state. Excuse me. There must be some other reason for Iris's silence, I suppose. Perhaps what Iris is trying so hard not to give away with her eyes is something entirely different. Well, she's looking to the right. Well, I doubt it's this. I'm assuming is it the cup or the oh, it's the chest. The chest is open. I see.
Take that!
I also can't pause and like save. I tried to. Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside the metal chest. An excellent observation, for upon closer inspection, there is something different about the chest's appearance. It's kept locked at all times, yet now the catch is open. Evidently, this has something to do with your refusal to speak, Iris. But it's a simple enough matter to incite you to speak, I'm sure. I merely need to open this chest. Here we go. No, Hurley, don't. Oh. Oh. Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes. Hurley. Huh. So, he's dead. Cool, finally. Hey, remember like a few minutes ago when I said I wanted to punch Sholmes in the face? And then I literally said the words, uppercut him through the ceiling? It's not exact, but I didn't know I didn't know I wrote the game. That's insane coincidence. It's one thing to predict cases and the outcome. That, though, I'm a fucking genius. Fuck you. Anyways, never. Oh, Hurley, I told you not to open it. Ah, so you found your voice now, Iris. Ah! In other words, what just happened clearly reveals the truth here. Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is... This is somewhat different to the usual dance of deduction you perform with Mr. Sholmes, isn't it? Well, he's left me alone on the ballroom floor, so I'm going to have to dance this next part solo. And anyway, I need to get to the bottom of this, for my own peace of mind. Yeah, you're fucking telling me! Now then, Iris isn't usually the silent type, so... You mean you don't actually know the answer yet? Despite that knowing point of the finger before? Mr. Sato? Sometimes a man needs to point his finger first and think later. Oh, well, if you say so. I think we'd better examine Iris more closely and try to rescue the situation then. The real reason for your silence. Oh.
Take that!
Probably the key then. Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is that key behind your back. Ah, but Mr. Sholmes was thrown into the air before. Just before you called out to try and stop him, you slipped something out of your mouth. That something is the key now in your hands. No doubt the key to the chest. You're so clever, Runo. So now it becomes clear. Thanks to Mr. Sholmes' graphic demonstration, we can well imagine what happened here. But... Professor Mikotoba also opened that metal chest, only to be punched into the air. And land sprawled on the settee. But wait, that doesn't explain all the facts. What about the stylish scarf? And the cup of tea? And above all, why would he be wearing Kazuma-sama's mask? Well, for those curious details, I can think of only one explanation. Clearly, an unbelievable miracle took place in this room. Isn't that right, Iris? Do not tell me that this, if anyone's played Ace Attorney, fucking, what is it? Is it Justice for All, the second one, right? Yes, Justice for All. Trials and Tribulations is the third one. The second case, not the second case, is it the third case? Don't want the circus. You know what I'm talking about. Where the fucking ringleader got hit by that fucking bust statue. And the cape flew off onto the statue. Oh boy. If you don't know, holy shit, is that a leap in logic? And that's fucking... I played it as a kid, so, suspension of disbelief, whatever, I'm an idiot kid, I just played it on the DS. Looking back on it now as an adult, that is so fucking dumb. Holy shit. Look that up if you haven't seen it. God damn. And do not tell me it's gonna pull the same thing here. Consider how the room was arranged before this whole painful experience took place. When Professor Mikotomo opened the chest, completely unaware of what awaited them inside, the mask was flung into the air just as he was, only to land neatly on his face when it fell back down. And the teacup's journey through the air ended when it caught on the unconscious professor's finger. You mean to say that the stylish scarf, can't read. It's actually just a tablecloth. This is the great detective's office, after all, a place of miraculous deductions. Would you expect anything less? Yes, you're right. It happened exactly as you said. Brilliant, Runo. Thus concludes Ryunosuke Naruhodo's great deduction of this punchy puzzle. Was any of this necessary? So then, why don't I make a fresh pot of tea for us all?
Objection!
Oh. An admirable performance, Mr. Naruhodo. But in the final act of the show there, you rather missed everything of importance. Mr. Sholmes? If you would cast your mind back to my earlier deduction. Iris, you're clearly hiding a great secret. She is? By the look on her face. Mr. Sholmes must be right. Whatever that great secret is, the cat isn't out of the bag yet. So I put it to you again. You're attempting to abscond with that coffee cup. It really is a shame about Mr. Sholmes' cup. It must have been smashed when Professor Mikotomo opened the chest. Oh dear, so many things seem to have been broken here. And now that the deduction has taken a different direction, Iris doesn't seem to be trying to hide the broken cup anymore. In other words, her great secret is something else. Let's put our observational skills to the test one final time. I'll assume it's the actual...
Take that!
Oh, it's not the knapsack. I don't think I've ever seen that. Oh, we do have chances. I don't think I've ever failed that. Interesting. Hey, I can save here. Who cares? We're right near the end of it. As far as I can tell. Put it in that bag. Yeah. Huh. I've always got it right first try. I mean, I also just didn't bother looking. I was like, oh, the knapsack. I didn't think we'd have chances to actually fail it. I figured we'd just, go at it and be correct. Oh. That is pretty obvious, huh? Because I just went like this. I didn't actually look down.
Take that!
You're attempting to abscond with that case file. Iris, as you know very well, nothing escapes the attention of a great detective. Oh no. Oh, whoops. Too fast. We visited Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory earlier today, and Dr. Gorey informed us that the autopsy report of Clint Van Zeeks had gone missing. Clint Van Zeeks? Yes. I do seem to recall that some years ago, I asked to see the report in question. You were with me, weren't you, Iris? You mean it was you, Iris? So those papers you have there are... I'm sorry. Forgive me. I figured that was the case, but, case file, get it. What, did this really need to be a whole fucking thing, though? Could we just have, like, gotten to it normally? In truth, I would like to have thought I could have predicted that booby-trapped chest. But it caught me completely off guard. I was very nearly the late consulting detective Herlock Sholmes. Yeah, unfortunately, you still aren't. Hopefully soon. No, I'm sorry, Hurley. So you mean this autopsy report really is? Yes, I took it from the lab, even though I knew it was very important. Was there something in it that troubled you, Iris? Not exactly something that troubled me. Something I'd been looking for. When I saw this report, when I saw the writing in it, I knew it was Daddy's. The writing? Your father's writing? What do you really mean? Iris? Must be something that's hard for her to talk about. Forgive me for interrupting, my dear fellows. Mr. Sholmes, what is it? I feel as though the poor unconscious gentleman on the settee has been somewhat forgotten. Ah, Father! Perhaps we should find our guest somewhere more peaceful to rest. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Would you be so kind as to lend him your bed? We must do our very best to make him feel comfortable, I feel. Oh, yes, of course. I'll help you carry him up. So will I. No, I can manage alone, thank you. You have tea to enjoy. We wouldn't want Iris's brood to stew. Because there's no better way to make the professor comfortable than dragging him upstairs like a trunk. Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, how strong is it to fucking lift the guy? I wonder. Perhaps that was deliberate. Maybe Mr. Sholmes is making himself scarce to give Iris the chance to talk more freely. We must use this opportunity to talk with Iris. And find out what's going on. Can we finally go to the case after this? So I can, like, have a point to, like, stop? God, it's almost 2 in the morning. Your daddy. Would you like to tell us about it? Tell us about it, Iris? About your father? I'm sure I told you before, didn't I? That Daddy used to be Hurley's partner. Yes, and that notes about all the cases they solved together are kept inside that metal chest. That's right. Hurley told me, you see. He said that Daddy's somewhere far away now, so we can't meet. That's one way of describing it. Then, when I secretly unlocked the chest and read through the papers inside, I started to build up a picture in my head of what Daddy must be like. Well, that's only natural. You're just like any other girl of your age. I read that Daddy was a professor in medical science, so I studied and took my degree too. Well, that's only natural, I suppose. In that respect, you're not quite like any other girl of your age, though. But there was one thing that I could never find out. Daddy's name. Ah. His name wasn't anywhere on any of the notes that he made about his work with Hurley. But then one day... That's what happened, is it? When you saw this autopsy report, you finally managed to work it out. Is that right? Yes. So it was the handwriting in the report that caught our eye. Can we fucking read the report? Please? Iris, I don't give a shit about your father right now. I need to know what it says in that report. When I saw the writing on that report, I could hardly believe it. I know that handwriting, I thought to myself. Because it was the same as that writing you'd seen on your father's case notes. Exactly. I was desperate to compare the two properly. I needed to see them side by side. I asked the doctor in the laboratory, but I was told I couldn't take the report away. And even worse, I was told that was the first and last time we'd be allowed even to look at it there. So you decided to steal it. When I compared the autopsy report with the case notes I had here, there was no doubt. The handwriting was exactly the same. It was Daddy's. And the signature of the coroner at the bottom of the autopsy report read, Dr. John H. Wilson. So that's how I finally found out. I learned Daddy's name at last. I see. Ever since then, I've called myself Iris Wilson. And that's also when I had the brilliant idea of writing stories all about Daddy's exciting times with Hurley. I decided there and then that I'd write The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Oh, Iris. I had no idea these stories had quite such a deep personal significance for you. I can see why the autopsy report was so important to her now. And why she was prepared to break the law to get her hands on it. Yeah, about your dad, though. I must apologize, Iris. This is really all my fault. Hurley? I made a promise, you see, that until the time was right, I'd keep the details about your father a secret. I know. I've been very naughty. I'll take the autopsy report back to Dr. Gory and apologize, I promise. Yes. We'll go together, I think. Then, let me look after it for you until we get there. Fucking finally. I don't care what you have to say. Let me read the autopsy report. Clint Van Zeeks, male, 33, British, 31st May, 9 p.m. in midnight, coroner John H. Wilson. Death from a single stab wound to the heart, other superficial external wounds indicative of a duel. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand, but no documented corresponding ink was found. Autopsy findings. Vital evidence recovered from the victim's stomach during autopsy. Credit to Inspector Gregson for petitioning so doggedly for the autopsy procedure. No internal trauma noted anywhere in the body. So they found evidence inside his stomach? What the fuck? Interesting. I must go and water my herbs, I think. I'll see you all later. Poor Iris. She must be feeling awful. I know Mr. Sholmes is here for her, but still. Ah! What? How? What's the meaning of this, Mr. Sholmes? Mr. Sholmes? Oh, dear me. So, you've noticed, I see. Did I? I didn't pay attention. Oh no, did I miss something? I see John H. Wilson. Hold on. I'm just making sure. Okay, I don't see anything. But that would mean... Well, that's the matter, Mr. Sato. You've turned white as a sheet. Is this autopsy report, Mr. Naruhodo? The one from 10 years ago. The writing isn't Dr. Wilson's at all. Oh, is it? Is fucking Sholmes her dad? Don't fucking tell me that bullshit. What do you mean? How could you possibly know that? Because I know this writing very well. This writing, it's my father's. What? What? Professor Mikotoba's? Indeed, it's true. And now you know, my dear fellows. What? Okay, that's a fucking... What? No, I don't know anything. What does all this mean, Mr. Sholmes? Because the idea that's slowly forming in my mind is just too extraordinary to believe. Please, you have to explain. Either he had an affair here in Britain, or they're sisters and they don't know. What the f... Bro, I just want to get to the trial. So, this autopsy report was actually penned by Professor Mikotoba then. But that makes no sense. It's not possible, surely. Not possible, my dear fellow. Pray, take a deep breath, and think again. Yes, you're right. In some ways, it actually makes a great deal of sense. It does? 10 years ago, it's when Father returned to Japan after his extended study tour in Britain. And prior to his return, where was Dr. Mikotoba engaged? Of course. He was an assistant in Dr. Wilson's laboratory, learning about forensic science. and as an assistant, he would have aided with the dissection work, making detailed notes, which would be assembled into the full autopsy report. Once the work was complete, the head coroner would check the contents and put a signature on the document. Okay. In other words, the only writing of Dr. Wilson's in the report would be his signature at the end. I see. So Iris got the wrong end of the stick, you mean? She saw that, and assumed the whole report had been written by Dr. John H. Wilson. Which is very understandable, of course. What a complicated situation. Okay, yeah, thank God it's not what I thought it was. Okay. Thinking about it, most of what we know about you, Mr. Sholmes, comes from the published stories of your exploits. Yes, The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, written by Iris. And we really have no way of knowing what's fact and what's fiction. Most troubling for you, my dear fellow, I'm sure. So what about the supposed partner of yours? Did he really exist or not? Ah, you come straight to the point, I see. And please come straight to the answer. I believe Iris explained it in one of her installments. He was a trusted comrade, and the only person I could truly have called a friend. And did this partner of yours truly make a record of all your cases? Are his notes really stored inside that metal chest? Absolutely, my dear madam. Absolutely. So, where's your partner now? We rarely meet. You see, he lives on the other side of the world. But if this autopsy report and the records of all your old cases were penned by the same hand, and if the autopsy report was written, though not signed, by your famous partner, there would only be one logical conclusion. Pray, impress me. Your partner would have to be Yuji Mikotoba. In other words, Mr. Sato's father. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? You are coming along wonderfully. You have hit upon the method at last. You finally grasped the art of deduction. You mean to say... Allow me to introduce you to my great friend and partner, Mikotoba. Professor Mikotoba? Everyone is in on everything and I fucking hate it. Does this mean that you're the real Dr. Wilson? No, my dear. I'm still my old self, Yuji Mikotoba, your father. Oh, of course. So, this is obviously too much for Sato-san to take in. I must say, though, my old friend has attained worldwide celebrity as a great mystery solver, is the greatest mystery of all. I still remember the first time we met. Ah, pray remind me. When was it again, Mikotoba? 16 years ago, Sholmes. Ah, yes, quite. 16 years ago. I just arrived from Japan with Seishiro and Genshin. I was in search of lodgings close to the hospital. Some comfortable rooms at a reasonable price. But rents are devilishly high in that particular area. That's right. So I decided I needed someone to share lodgings and the expense. I was fortunate enough to be introduced to Sholmes, who found himself in a similar situation. I was a callow fellow back then, a mere shadow of the great detective you see before you now. I was working at the hospital's chemical laboratory at the time, indulging my curiosities for little gain. The situation of our cohabitation led to us pursuing cases together, you see. Hard to believe, it was a mere 6 years. We had a great many ventures. But in the last year of Mikotoba's stay in Britain, that most infamous of cases presented itself. The case with which you've become rather familiar yourselves, the Professor Killings. After the trial, Seishiro and I were summoned back home. Hardly surprising given the circumstances. Excuse me. So there you have it. And as you know, all the details recorded by my trusty chronicler remain in that metal chest. This is just amazing. Professor Mikotoba really is Mr. Sholmes' famous partner. Father? Goodness, my dear. What a cunning look. As your daughter, I'm very proud to learn that you are the great detective's great partner. But nevertheless, there's another mystery that I really must ask you to explain now. And that is? You know very well what it is. That resolved matter of Iris's father. Ah, of course. I'd almost forgot about that one. I should have seen this coming, I suppose. Iris told us that all the notes about the great detective adventures that are in that metal chest were written by her father. Is that correct, Mr. Sholmes? That is indeed what I told young Iris. But if you're Mr. Sholmes' partner father, and you wrote all those case notes, then Iris's father must be you. Ah. Upon my word, Miss Susato. You are coming along wonderfully as well. You too have hit upon the method at last. You finally grasped the art of deduction. What? What you've always told me, Father, is that my mother died when I was born 16 years ago. And you left me in grandmother's care whilst you embarked on your study tour of Britain. And I've always accepted that, but... all this about Iris. Oh, there it is. Susato-san's ice-cold stare. No, now hold on a minute. It was very complicated. I mean, it's really not what you think. Then perhaps you'd like to explain exactly what it is. There it is. Now the eyes go from ice-cold to red-hot. Just before she... No, really, you got the wrong end of the stick. Sholmes, say something, man. That's quite enough, my fiery fellows. Mr. Sholmes? When did he get all dressed up? Whilst I don't like to interrupt this exciting exploration of the past, Mikotoba and I have an urgent matter that requires a short excursion. But it's very late, Mr. Sholmes. Where must you go? Why, my dear madam, is that not obvious? My partner and I must pursue our natural enemies. So, get your coat, Mikotoba. The game is afoot. But, Mr. Sholmes, I really must give Susato a full explanation, I think. Later, my dear fellow, later. Our carriage awaits downstairs already. You haven't changed one iota, have you? I mean, really. I visit our home after 10 long years. And when I open that chest in a fit of nostalgia, I quite inexplicably pass out. And as if that wasn't enough, when I eventually regain consciousness, I plunge straight into all this. Father, please, go with Mr. Sholmes now. What? I've no doubt that whatever happened, you are acting in everyone's best interests. I trust you, completely. Susato. And sending the great detective and his great partner off on renewed adventures together is more than I could have hoped for in my wildest dreams. Very well then. We'll speak again later. So, I believe your own work is done for the day. I wish you the best of luck for tomorrow. Yes, Naruhodo. Good luck in battle, and in reaching a decision. A decision? About whether to go back to Japan, I suppose.
So much happened that day that I barely knew what to do with myself.
Yeah.
It would only be later that I'd come to realize how amidst the chaos I'd unleashed were all the clues I needed to finally unearth the truth. And that all the turmoil was necessary to give me the resolve to see everything through.
What, end? What do you mean, end? Oh, I guess that makes sense. I didn't think this would be the end. I thought we would actually solve the case. Oh. That's a weird way of doing it. Huh. Well then, I guess that's one way of doing it. I didn't think that'd be the end. I thought we'd still have more. I thought we'd finish this case and then go to the next case. I didn't think this case would be broken up in two, but hey, there you have it. This case is done. Or I guess it's still the same case, but the first half of the case is done. So, yeah. Fuck. But regardless, Jesus Christ, everything is coming to a head, and I was just, this entire time, I'm like, man, this is only the fourth case. There's still another one. It's like they're gonna wrap up everything and then just introduce another murder? But no. So things are gonna get wrapped up. Hopefully within probably the next 2 parts if I had to guess. Because, this was like, what? 7 hours, 8 hours total for this? So probably the same amount, but it's gonna be split up unless it's the weekend, which it's not. So, but hey, I'm back to recording again, so that's all that really matters in my opinion. So, see you in the next one. Hope you enjoyed. Talk to you guys. Well, not really talk to you guys. See you guys later. Hope you enjoyed. Goodbye.